Yeah. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Bringing you massive value, as I would say, in every way, as I would tell you, from the start, from the bottom to the top. I'm about to make it drop. So here we go. I got the same flow, but I'm gonna make it a little bit different today. Got something new. Got something to add. Got something to make it better. So I'm gonna start out like I usually do. I'm gonna go over what I created yesterday, and you see here, just got to minimize that. Awesome. So what I created yesterday is the candle quest. Learn candlestick patterns through play. So really, this is a game, like a gamified version to learn candlesticks. Candlesticks are in a candlestick chart. Candlestick chart is just a different way of looking at price action, the price over time of something. So I already have a tool called, I believe it's Candle Coach, and that would be kind of like the first level. So if people are, either have no idea what candlesticks are, or they're not very good at reading candlesticks yet, I would say use the Candle Coach. Candle Coach is going to get them really set up with that. And then once they understand through Candle Coach how candlesticks work, then they can play this game. And this is more than just a game. Right now it's got 4 levels. Each level kind of like takes you to the next level of understanding candlesticks. But then once you pass the 4 levels, then you can get AI coaching. So I'm going to try this out. And I just did the 4 levels yesterday live on stream. And we got another error message. So essentially the coaching is something that I'm not understanding yet. So let me see if I can fix this live on the stream right now. I'm going to give it the error code, and I can go back into the VS Code, into Claude Code, and I'm going to give it this this message, essentially let it know what's going on. So I just completed the 4 levels for Candle Quest, and then I tried to get the AI coaching, and I got an error message. I'm about to paste the error message here, and I want you to figure out what's going on and fix it if you can. Okay, so it sounds like it's something with the API. I have a free tier Gemini API. So I think this is like the 3rd project that I've used it for. So basically it sounds like what might be going on is if people are using the other projects, that they could be using up the free tier limit. But I'm not actually sure that's what's going on. That's kind of like my first guess. And since these apps are all free, I want to keep them on free tier. I don't want to have like a paid API link up on a free app. So basically, yeah, let's find out what's going on with this. Looks like it sees the full chain, the API route, catches the Gemini error, and returns a generic code. So the API route should return the actual reason, and the client should show a helpful message with a retry button. So it's going to fix both sides. Like it's going to find out what's going on with the API, and then it's going to make it so that, from what I understand, so that it's going to be, if there is an error message in the future, that it's going to explain better what's going on. So what someone could do to fix it, or what I could do to fix it. And just got to kind of wait for it to be done coding. So what I'm going to do is explain what I'm going to get into today after I'm done going over what I created yesterday. Is I'm going to make a new implementation into my workflow. Someone recommended that I look into hooks, and I look into hooks, and it seems like that would be the next logical step to implement in my workflow. So the first thing I'm going to do when I set up my new project for today I'm going to set up the hooks feature, and I'm going to make sure the hooks are working right. And then that should be something that is just like set and forget. I'd never have to check it again. And it should solve the problem I was having with the Claude MD files not being read. And it was like I didn't realize that like it doesn't automatically read these files and I have to remind it. And I was like, well, what's the point of reminding it? You know, if I have the file, and if like I was just reminding it every day anyway, what's the point of even having the file? I could just remind it every day. So basically I can set up these hooks so it automatically reminds it at the start of each session to go ahead and read those files. So okay, the build passes. Here's what was fixed. The API route now detects Gemini rate limit errors and returns a clear message instead of the generic message it was doing. Essentially what they're saying is it looks like the free tier is exhausted. The daily reset happens at midnight Pacific time. And since I'm sharing this API key across multiple apps, it burns through faster. Once it resets, the coaching will work. In the meantime, you'll now see a helpful message that can hit try again. So this is interesting. I almost think I need to look more at the tracking, the analytics on my apps to figure out like which app is one of these apps must be being used a lot that I have the Gemini on, because from what I understand it shouldn't be burning through the free tier like that. But I'm just gonna try again. Go back to the browser and try again and see like if that's what it is. It should give me a different error message this time to be more specific on what's going on. And hopefully it just works and analyzes my gameplay for this candle quest. But yeah, we'll see what happens. It's definitely taking a while to load. I feel like it shouldn't take that long. But yeah, this is gonna be all in the this is gonna be the link for this is gonna be in the description. So right now, like the game works, but it looks like if the free tier is exhausted, you would just have to wait. I don't know, however long it would take, sometime within the day to refresh the coach. And the coach is definitely like the not the most valuable, but it's very valuable part of this app. And just as a beginner, I'm learning a lot about trying to implement like special like coaching into whatever I'm building that can really help you get better over time. Okay, so this is definitely something I want to check on again. I've got refreshing is not doing anything. Okay. Yeah, it's giving me a new error message though. The AI service is temporarily at capacity. Please try again in a few minutes. Okay, so that's pretty much all I can do with that right now until I go and figure out what's going on with this API stuff. And I'm not going to do that live on stream because I feel like that's not as fun as coding, vibe coding. So I really want to get into the vibe coding part and get that started. So I'm going to start the process. I'm going to go through and run the business part of the process, which is essentially like setting up the research and the pain points and everything for what I'm going to create today. And well, actually, first thing I want to do is make sure that like I have an idea of what I want to create today, but I want to make sure that it's possible. So I'm going to get into that first. So, okay. Today, I would like to make something that can look at market sentiment. Essentially, what I want to do is so that like if a person looks up a ticker, um, that they could find like that exact stock and it would go over the internet and basically find what people are saying and then maybe like give a score about the sentiment, like what people are saying is bullish or bearish. And also like I would want to have it so it automatically goes and searches to find what people are saying about the market overall in general. So like I guess that would be the main feature would be, it would tell you like, you know, what people are saying about the stock market and what people are saying about the crypto market, maybe even stuff like commodities or like gold and silver, stuff like that. But the main thing would be, you know, what the sentiment is about the overall stock market. And then like another feature would be for people to look up individual stocks or cryptos or something like that. So let me know. Basically, the first thing I want to know is like, I've never built anything like this before. I think this would be a good thing to build and to learn something new. Let me know if this is possible to do and what I would need to do it. I just tell it to do it and it do it. I run AI, AI doesn't run I. Okay, so this is a fantastic addition to your beginner investor toolkit. It's like a market pulse dashboard. Sentiment is often the leading indicator. Like, it's going to tell you whether the market's greedy or fearful. Building this will teach me about web scraping, LLM analysis, and API integration. So the main thing is going to be web scraping. I think I know what they mean by LLM analysis. I think that's basically what like I had set up with the candle quest that I was just showing you. So yeah, I could do that again, and I think this time I would just like use a different email address for a free API so that it doesn't run into that problem of hitting the limit. But anyways, yeah, it's possible. Market pulse architecture to make this work without spending a fortune on expensive data feeds. We'll use a hybrid approach. The big picture sentiment, like the macro, for the general market, stocks, crypto, gold, we don't need to scrape the whole internet. We can use free, reliable sentiment APIs. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering like how reliable these are. Like where are these getting their information from? If this is doing what I was gonna do and scrape the internet and it's easier, then that makes sense. But I mean, yeah, I don't know how reliable these are. I want to understand that because I feel like the most reliable thing would just to be what look at, you know, what like lots of people are saying on the internet and then give it a score based on that, not just like one source of information and what they think. So yeah, there's crypto. They have a crypto fear and greed index. It's a free API. And general news, I could use a tool like Perplexity or Exa through an MCP server in Claude to summarize the top 5 headlines from CNBC, Bloomberg, and Reuters. Um, yeah, as long as I'm getting it across like different sources, that's the main thing. Like I want to avoid trying to get all the information from one source. I want it to be like as many different sources as possible. So then when a user types a ticker, the app will search Twitter or Reddit. Why not both? Specifically like Wall Street bets or crypto. Send the top 10 recent posts to Claude. Ask Claude, based on these 10 posts, give me a sentiment score from 1 to 100. Like 1 being bearish, 100 being bullish, and a 1 sentence summary of why. So what do I need to do this? I need the setup in the UI for connecting the nervous system, crypto fear and greed API, ticker search. I've done that before. There's search APIs made for AI that I can have it search the internet. I think this is where that perplexity would come in. The sentiment engine, create a Vercel serverless function. This function takes the search results, hands them to AI, and returns the score vibe to your front end. Okay. So I'm going to learn about fetching, how to grab data from the live internet and show it on your screen. Learn about prompt engineering, how to tell AI to be an unbiased market analyst so it doesn't just say everything is bullish. I'll learn about visualizing data using libraries like recharts, shad cn. Definitely done recharts many times, and I've heard about shad cn to make the sentiment gazes look professional. Okay, so basically there goes the idea, and now I just want to do the general like business research that I would usually do to get a better idea of like solving problems and like how to provide as much value as possible with this project. So all right, before I go and I kind of fine tune the vision, I feel like this is something that I want to do, and the first thing I want to do is to basically have you search the internet to find the major pain points that people have, specifically like beginner investors that they have in regards to like understanding market sentiment and how that relates to their investments. All right, so sometimes I use Perplexity to do this, but I think that this is not something that really um, matters, whether it's like looking at the current internet or like looking at the internet from like a couple months ago. So, building a market sentiment tool for beginners is a high value project because in the investing world, price is what you pay, but sentiment is what you feel. Research into the pain point of beginner investors shows that while they know mood matters, they usually fail because they treat sentiment as a buy or a sell signal instead of like a warning light. So, the top three pain points for beginner investors: the loudest voice bias. Beginners often think the sentiment of the entire market is whatever is trending on their specific social media feed. If their TikTok is all about crypto mooning, like going up like real big, they miss the fact that the actual institutional sentiment could be extreme fear. So yeah, a lot of people are like, pushed like, one message and they see that, but they don't understand. So this is basically gonna main thing is combining like as much information as possible to give like a more accurate look and not just like one whatever the loudest voice essentially. So then you got mistaking sentiment for timing. Most beginners see extreme greed and think I should buy now before I miss out. In reality, professional traders use that as a sign that the market is overbought and a crash is coming. Okay, yeah, so essentially it could be like, the price is super high and it could show that it's extreme greed. And basically that has people confused. We got analysis paralysis. There's too much noise. Beginners look at a stock, sees a negative headline on one channel and then a positive on like another internet forum, and then they don't know what to do. So like this goes back to really like the loudest voice bias. So yeah, it sounds like they are getting the main pain point is the loudest voice bias to having not understanding what news sources to trust and having um too many options basically to see. So before I do that, just looking at the comments. Yes, sir. I'm back at it again. Big up Javi every time. Respect. Good to see you here. Thanks to your video in the Tiger Night, I had an aha moment in restarting my backend on an app. Yeah, respect. Glad I could help. It's always good to see. Yo, what's up, Kai? Hope you're doing good. And yeah, thanks again for doing that stuff to the Discord. I was looking more into that. I actually kind of want to try that bot thing myself. So essentially I'll try that out and then I'll let you know if yeah, I'll let you know if it's not working or I'm running into problems. Um Jobby's talking about there's also traps. Taking a moment to get a neutral, unbiased perspective is important. Yeah, that's the main thing is like the traps, cutting through the hype. That's really kind of what inspired me to start this whole project of focusing on finance. Like, not only do I have like a good background in understanding this stuff already, so I know that it's like being built right, but also I totally understand how how a lot of information is out there to try and manipulate people, especially beginners, into making moves that are gonna make them lose money and make the big banks and the whales and the institutional investors make a lot of money. So yeah, man, no worries. Take your time. Any help that you do is not necessary, but feel free whenever you feel like it. I really appreciate it. And let's see. Looks like I'm gonna get into right now writing down the pain points and the solution. So the main pain point is the loudest voice bias. And the solution to the number one problem is to use as many sources as possible. So I'm going to get into a name for this app. Help me decide a name for this app. I want something catchy, and I want something that someone, especially beginner investor, would look at the name and it would help them know that this app is something that's going to solve the major pain point in regards to the main function of this app, and hopefully also let them know what the app does just by reading the name. Start with giving me 20 name suggestions. That's better. All right. Market mood, vibe check, trend weather, market pulse, sentiment signal, safe sentiment, FOMO filter, sensei sentiment, hype watch, pulse point, vibe trader. I think out of all these, market mood sounds the best. Maybe sentiment signal. I think market mood is going to be the simplest that most people would understand more than sentiment signal. Okay. I'm going to use market mood, and I want you to create 10 possible subtitles for the name that will expand on what the app does. So yeah, back to the comments. Yeah, I'm using my voice right now. I'm talking to Gemini LLM. I feel like Gemini LLM is the easiest for me to talk to with voice. I don't like the way that GPT or Claude are set up with their voice functions. Gemini is much smoother for me. Also, it just seems like it's a little bit better than GPT, and maybe at about the same level as Claude with doing this market research stuff. But just the like being able to talk to it through its own dictation and not having to use the Windows one. So for like when I talk to something like Claude Code in the plan mode, then I'm using like the Windows dictation, and I am starting to do more research on other alternatives because I'm noticing some like things that kind of like slow down my workflow with the built-in Windows dictation. And it sounds like there's some other tools that are meant for vibe coding that are better for talking. So like you're talking about, it looks like Whisper, like I've heard of that Whisper flow is one, but it's definitely not necessary. I found out like you can totally just use the Windows function just by hitting the Windows key and H, and then you just have to like click the button to let it know that you're starting to talk. Also, am I using Claude Code? Yes, I am. How am I managing tokens? Well, essentially right now with the max plan, I have not even come close. This is my first month with the max plan. I did hit my limits with the $20 regular plan, and so I just switched to the 200 max plan. So I've not even come close to running through, but still I'm managing tokens in my workflow, and I'm trying to set it up so I'm doing that now, even though it's not even an issue at all that I'm running into limits. But I want to make sure that I have the workflow down right now to where I'm being as conservative as possible with using tokens, and that also is kind of an automatic um I guess like result of being mindful of what the context is. So essentially like just being I think managing context is probably more important than managing tokens. But like I said, if I'm managing the context, then that kind of automatically manages the tokens. Context is going to be more about like making sure that I get good quality code and not make mistakes. Respect every time. So I'm going to write down the name, and that's let's see, market mood, and what was okay, yeah, I got these subtitles. Filter the noise, follow the pulse, trade the data, not the drama. The beginner's shield against market hype. That one's pretty good. Master your FOMO. No, it's more than that. Logic for your portfolio, peace for your mind. Doesn't really say what it's doing. Know when the crowd is greedy and when it's afraid. So kind of more than just that. Um, the ultimate vibe check for every ticker. Instant sentiment scores for stocks and crypto. See the market's mood before you make your move. Investing intuition powered by AI. Um, I like investing intuition powered by AI. I just want to try that one. I'm going to go with investing intuition powered by AI. Yo, what's up, Brian? Respect every time. Good to see you. Stoke, I don't remember seeing you before. Respect. Welcome to the chat. How much time do I need to become an AI engineer without a degree? Well, I don't know about the degree part because I have a degree in business administration. My background is in business and entrepreneur, and I'm brand new to vibe coding. So, really, like day one of this challenge, you can go and check, and that's the first app I built. Or, I mean, the second app I built. I built one like super simple app before that, and that's basically me as a beginner with no idea. And now I'm on like day 25, and I'm already like gone from like knowing nothing and having to have like everybody in the comments teach me everything to now I'm actually answering questions for people in the comments. I don't feel like I'm a beginner anymore, and that just comes from me doing this consistently for not even a month now, really, or about a month. So basically, I would say the first 10 days were the most difficult. First 10 days, it was just like, I had no idea what was going on. It was like kind of learning a new language. And now I'm starting to like build better workflows and starting to implement a lot of things that mostly beginners aren't doing. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I would tell you if you stick with it every day, I would say in a month, you won't feel like you're a beginner anymore. And yeah, definitely a degree is not necessary. Some people are talking about like you need to at least know some coding for this to work, and some people are saying that this is only going to get better and better. I only did like basic research on the different coding languages and like what coding is. Like I can't write code myself, but so far that has not been necessary. Every day I've done basically starting from no idea or a very like vague idea of what I was going to do, like I did today, to being able to finish the build in the stream time. So yeah, it's definitely new things every day and getting better every day. And there's so much more to learn. The more I learn, the more I realize there's a lot more to learn. So yeah, back to the market mood. Subtitle was investing intuition powered by AI. All right, back to the like getting the vision right. So I've pretty much done the main things for like the business perspective. Now I want to make sure that like my vision is clear before I go in and I start having Claude create the plan. All right, so I want to make sure my vision is clear before I start the plan mode. So essentially what I want you to do is kind of like write down an outline of brief description of each step of like what is in this project, and then I will let you know how it looks and what I think I want to change, and also any kind of suggestions you have of features I could add to this that would add more value. So we got the autoloader infrastructure. Um, Macro dashboard. Well, these are like steps for like building it, but not like, okay, the ticker deep dive, the sentiment engine. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, you just kind of explain this on like, steps for like the build, but I want to like basically dumb this down and just like make sure that the vision is right before I'm like understanding any of the build stuff. I basically want to have you list out like what the logic or the function of this app is going to be. Yeah, because I don't need to know that like build step stuff. The main thing that I'm trying to explain through my vision to market or what's it called, plan mode for Claude Code is basically going to be like the logic, and then it will like it'll know how to build the stuff. But here's the core logic: the listen phase, data collection. The app acts like a giant ear, goes out to places where investors talk. It ignores the math and just collects the words people are using. Okay. The vibe phase, the analytics. This is like the main part. This is where the AI is involved. It reads, thousands of different like articles or posts and looks for emotional weight. Looks for like basically bearish terms and bullish terms, and then it's going to translate it. So like it could be like a morning report. You open the app and see three big dials: stocks, crypto, gold. Tells you instantly if the world is feeling brave or scared today. The hype check search: if a friend tells you to buy a random coin or stock, you type it in. The app tells you, hey, 90% of people on Reddit are screaming about this right now. It might be a hype trap. So that's something I want to include, that it like explains where it's getting these sources. That could be like an extra thing to add on. So advice: it gives you one sentence of AI advice based on the mood. And here's some suggestions to add value. Contrarian flip, the Buffett mode. Oh, that would be crazy. Like I could look at like just like people like Warren Buffett, and then like you could like click a button like give me Buffett's like style, like right, like do this, and I could tell even like the AI to write it in like the style of Warren Buffett. So like when the app detects extreme fear, a gold button appears that says opportunity zone question mark. This teaches beginners that the scariest times are often the best times to buy. Um I like just having just a quote on the top like Warren Buffett said be greedy when others are fearful. Um I think that's good right there. The bot versus human meter. Some tickers are only being talked about by bots and spam. So yeah, this is like definitely helping me get my vision right, and I feel like it's pretty much there. Um, Want to do one more thing to make sure I'm just like on point with this. All right, go ahead and write a like a simple outline of each part of this project. So yeah, I can keep this on the side and reference it throughout the build on a document. It's not so easy to like keep working with an LLM and have to scroll up to like past parts. I think certain like having this just the main vision on the side, make sure I can like if it goes off and does something that's not on my vision, I can autocorrect it. So yeah, just looking at the comments. Um, yeah, Claude Code is definitely likes to get building. I've just learned that it definitely helps a lot with me, particularly the way my brain works to make sure that like my logic is solid based on what I want and understanding, and my vision is solid before I start talking to Claude Code. Because when I try to like work on the vision and everything with Claude, um, it kind of can get it confused sometimes because I might be, talking about stuff that's not actually going to make it to like, the final cut. And it kind of like, it might try to include that. It's done that in the past. Also, it helps for keeping context down. So, someone's mentioning do the like ideation conceptualization in a regular chat app. So like, yeah, I think that's what like kind of what I'm doing right now. Maybe I'm not really understanding what you're saying, but also too, let me know if you guys would rather see like the screen of the LLM while I'm doing this this planning phase, I guess. And suggestion encouraging using DeepSeek to watch the news for contrarian perspectives. And do I ever send Claude Code any screenshots? No, so far I haven't. Well, I feel like yeah, I did once or twice, and it didn't really help that much. I think mostly that's for like UI, and these are just MVPs, minimum viable products. So for business, I'm not trying to like optimize the UI right now. I'm just creating apps that essentially are functional and solve a problem, and then put them out there and like let you guys all like right now they're all free for my audience, even though I plan to monetize them later. So you guys can all use these, and then hopefully like I would just get some feedback based on like how to make it better, what you like, what you don't like. And I have tracking so I can tell like which apps people are using. And then when I find out people are using a specific app, then it would make more sense to go back and do the UI better. But also too, from what I understand, Claude Code isn't the best at the screenshot part yet. There's like better alternatives. Like I was looking into like anti-gravity and Gemini, and there's even like I found out now like we were talking about some agents. I think it was called like NanoClaw, that you can basically get like agents to go over and go through your site, whatever you're building, and test stuff. But the anti-gravity, that's actually like it goes through and records and takes screenshots and looks through your site and stuff, and then it gives you a much better like understanding, and it can find things better than Claude Code. Um, oh, I see what you're saying because you can't see the screen. You're assuming that I'm talking to Claude inside the terminal, and I don't have the terminal up yet. So yeah, that makes sense why people might not uh know like who I'm talking to. See, I should that makes more sense. I should start showing like the browser when I'm talking to like, mostly Gemini or something or Perplexity. I'm just gonna take a note of that real quick. All right, so we got the market mood project outline. Um, it's telling me some stuff I should like tell Claude at first that we're using like the latest 2026 tech, and our goal is to build simple tools for beginners. So yeah, that's like one of the first things to tell in plan mode, like who the app is built for and what the problem is that it's going to solve. Um, the three dials, we got the crypto dial, the stock dial, and the gold commodity dial. Part three, the ticker vibe check, the search engine. This is the main tool. User types in a specific stock or coin like Tesla or Ethereum. And then the app goes out and listens to the internet, specifically Reddit, X, and news headlines for that specific ticker. The AI translator reads all the talk and gives it a score from 1 panic to 100 euphoria. The summary, one simple sentence, everyone is excited because of the new product launch, but be careful, the hype might be peaking. Okay. The FOMO filter, added value logic. Yeah, I'm not sure. This isn't really part of my vision. If the social media vibe is 90, but the news vibe is 30, then the app displays a divergence warning. This tells the beginner the internet is lying to you, be careful. Well, how do they know the media is not lying? Either way, you don't know. Like, it's just good to know. Like, I don't want to try to speculate on like who's right and who's wrong here. So, like, that's something, yeah, that's not part of my vision. I just want to put down like what people are saying and just have AI give an overall, like, read on like, what the overall market is saying, but not try to like determine who's right or who's wrong. So, they're adding a Buffett button. Um, yeah, that's not. I'm not really feeling that one. Okay. Hype decay tracker. Hype usually dies down after 48 hours. Um, that's kind of extra. I think not necessary. Maybe added on at the end. How much does this mood actually move the price? A confidence score. If the mood is strongly positive and the price is moving up, it's a high confidence vibe. If the move is positive but the price is falling, it's a bull trap warning. That does give me an idea of something that'd be very valuable to add that, it could remember essentially like the confidence score. So like I build this today, it goes and reads the confidence score today, and then it looks at the market, and then like maybe over the next 10 days, it'll track like what today's confidence score, what impact that had on the market, like how much did the market follow what the score is. So then over time, I can get like it'll kind of back test like moving forward, I guess. Like, how often is the sentiment right? Like how often if the sentiment is like, very, very positive, does the price go up? And how often if it's negative, does the price go down? So I think that would be something really awesome to add. Okay. Um, just gonna copy and paste this stuff to a document on the side. All right, and then now I'm about to pretty much I'm ready to build. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to implement something new to my workflow first. So let's see, go back into the code. That is yesterday's project. Close folder, and I got to create the folder for today and put in the MD files. Got my dev folder, the app folder inside of it, and I got the market mood. So then I got thought I copied these folders into the overall folder yesterday, but they're gone for the MD files, so I just got to open up another file explorer so I can copy them into the folder. Professional way, from what I was told, is to have a dev folder in the C drive that has basically all your developer work inside of it, and then to like break things down into like individual folders. So the one from yesterday was the candle quest, and that should have both of the files that I need. Yep, sprint rules 2, and then codex MD. There we go. Alright, so now I can just put this file or folder into VS Code, and it should show the 2MD files right here and right here. And so today what I want to do is start by just, this should be really simple. I'm just creating a hook. So what a hook is, it's like, it basically is like a reminder to check these files. And that way it prevents me from manually telling it to check the files, because one thing I didn't understand when I set up these files is they help my workflow a ton, but it doesn't automatically check them. I have to remind it to check it. So I'm going to set up my my workflow, start with the terminal for the build, get Claude going. Make sure Claude Code in the window is working and Codex is working. There we go. So I'm going to go in Claude Code and I'm going to start the hook process. All right, so here we go, getting ready to build. Hook plus skill. Yeah, so I haven't had any skills yet. I'm just using the MD stuff. From what I understand, the hook should work with the MD stuff, and I plan on implementing skills in the future, especially from what I understand for when I'm building like the business stuff out. But yeah, this is going to be something that's not using skills yet. It's just going to be for the MD file or MD files. So yeah, hey Cliff, hope you're doing well. Good to see you back again. Just getting started with the build, perfect timing. Just went through the business process of like deciding the idea and getting the vision down. And yeah, ready to start today's first step, which is going to be implementing something new into my workflow. All right, so I'm going to go back to Gemini. I'm going to talk to Gemini about this hook thing. It should be pretty easy, I think. Today I want to start by creating a hook, or I don't know if it's one hook or multiple hooks, but essentially I have a codex MD file and a sprint rules 2 MD, which is basically the Claude MD. And what I want is so that the main thing is that automatically, before I even start anything, that the Claude and codex reference this file. So I'm guessing that I'm gonna have to really like kind of set up one hook with Claude and one hook with Codex, but I don't know. But either way, let me know what I need to do to set this hook up. Respect every time. Yeah, sounds a lot simpler than I think I understand. All I need to do is just tell it, ask it to create the hooks and the skills and the subagents. Um, awesome. So it's giving me a prompt even that I can just do this. And like the main thing I'm wondering, do I have to like do that for Claude and Codex, because Claude wouldn't be like, those are both different. So I think I would need to give Claude one and then Codex the other. Okay. I want to set up a project level automation. Please create or update the Claude settings JSON file in the directory. Add a session start hook that executes the command sprint rules md codex md. And like you're saying, I don't even need to be yeah, I don't even need to be this specific. I'm just gonna try and be like super like basic about it and see what happens. So go into plan mode. Yeah, I always like overanalyze stuff, and yeah, definitely I even wrote down I need to build fast, fail fast, and focus on the results. So yeah, this is something probably where I'm just like putting in too much work and I can just do it easy. So let's see. All right, getting started. I want to start this session by setting up hooks. Essentially, what I want to do is make it so that like every time a project starts, that you just automatically check the Claude MD file, which in this case is the sprint rules 2MD. And then also, I don't know if you can do this, but for Codex, I have a Codex MD, and I want it to automatically, when the project starts, to check the MD files so that I don't have to remind it to. Awesome. Looks like Claude is just looking at the files, and this is something that I didn't understand when I was like looking it up briefly. Is like it should be so I don't have to do this each time. Like it should be like a different file that it's writing the hooks in, that it just like automatically looks at when it starts up, I'm guessing. Um should it keep the original files of the Claude MD and the Codex MD alongside the new ones, or replace them? I don't know what the new ones are. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna have to say other and be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not really sure what you mean when you're talking about like the old files and the new files. Essentially, like I made an update to these files a couple days ago, and I'll probably update them as I go. But basically, what I'm telling you is um, like I'm just trying to set up a hook so that it like reads these files right away, so I don't have to manually tell it to read these files. Got it. You don't want duplicate files. The simplest approach is rename sprint rules 2MD to Claude MD. Claude Code auto reads this every session. Okay, that's probably, I get it. That's where I was confused. And then rename Codex MD to Agents MD. Codex auto reads this every session. No hooks needed, no config needed. It's just a naming convention that each tool recognizes natively. Well, I'll see if that's what they're saying. Then just because I had the files incorrectly named was why I wasn't automatically looking at them. And if I name them right, then it should automatically look at them. So I'm not sure, but we'll see. So what I'm going to do is like go on its suggestion. So no config or hooks needed. Next time you start a session in the project, both tools will pick up their instructions automatically. Awesome. Well, I'll see if it works. So I'm not going to remind it to check those files, and I'm just going to start working, and I'll see if it follows them. Oh, so I noticed in the comments saying don't do that. Are you saying like don't rename the files? I guess like I don't really understand what I should not be doing. But yeah, I guess it already renamed the files, so I'll see if it just works to that it automatically reads these files, because I'll know right away. Um oh, no worries, man. Um yeah, I'm not even really sure what you were talking about, so yeah, it's no problem. I don't see anything like I don't see anything major here that could go wrong. If anything, like I'll learn more from the mistakes than from everything running smoothly. So I need a line in both of those files to read the other files. Oh, okay. And the first coding language I learned, uh, Python, but I don't even know like how to write Python. All I did was like I was recommended for vibe coding to like have a basic understanding of Python, and I'm a really fast reader, so they recommended me like a Python for beginners book, and I just basically like scanned through it quickly, and I didn't like I just kind of looked at like how things are structured and like how it works, but like I've never actually like written any code. I'm just a beginner that's kind of learning as I go. And so I'm thinking what you mean by a line in both files to read the other ones, like so like the Claude MD file knows to also read the agents MD file, and the agents MD file also knows to read the Claude MD file. Okay. Let me see trying that. Can you add something to the agents MD in the Claude MD file? So the Claude MD file knows to read the agents MD file, and the agents MD file knows to read the Claude MD file. That's awesome. Okay. So I'm just going to get started now, and I'm going to I'll know right away if it's following the rules in the in those files, in those MD files. And if it doesn't, then I'll just have to remind it, and then I'll know that I definitely need to actually create a hook, and it's not just that the name was wrong, that it's not automatically reading it. All right, getting started. Make sure I got the document. I'm just going to scan through it real quick with the vision. Awesome. Okay, getting started with plan mode. I want to create a market sentiment tool for beginner investors. Essentially, this could be for any level of investor, but I want it designed for beginner investors in particular. And I want this to be something that can search the internet for current sentiment in regards to stocks, crypto, and gold. And then there's also another function where you can search for an individual stock ticker, and it will give you the sentiment based on that stock. I want AI to be implemented so that it can basically analyze as many different sources of sentiment, opinions as possible, and then create an overall score for each area or each individual stock ticker that's typed in. So I wanted to basically look for emotional weight in regards to, like, is the sentiment negative or positive, and score it from 1 to 100. 1 meaning negative, 100 meaning positive. The places where investors talk, like Reddit, Twitter, and news headlines, and any other place that you think would be valuable for getting opinions on market sentiment. So this is basically the overall vision, and I want you to start by interviewing me to make sure that you completely understand what I want you to build. Yeah, so that was super simple. And I mean, like, essentially, like, if you're learning too, like, you don't have to go through and do like the first like step where I did with like the planning and the vision. That's more of like my business and like entrepreneur background that I'm like doing that. It's just like ingrained in my mind to like set everything up like a business. And I feel like it's super valuable, not only for like what I'm doing because it's going to be a business and monetize, but also like vibe coding, I'm still a beginner, but with the business stuff, like I have many years of doing this, so I definitely like understand that part, and I feel like I can give a lot of value. But yeah, if you're just learning, like you just come on Claude Code and just start like telling it random stuff and just kind of unload your whole brain on what you want, and then you'll find out what it builds, and then you'll see, I think from the start, like, it'll probably build something that doesn't really exactly match your vision. And by you going and making sure your vision is clear from the start, you can kind of see how that makes a difference, because that's something I did in the past. And I'm getting better now at explaining like my vision, especially understanding to mainly focus on the logic and who the app is for. So like doing it from like more of a business standpoint and getting the vision right first, I think is major when it comes to getting the plan right, and also conserving context. So if you're using like one of the like lower, like the regular $20 a month plan, by doing that vision stuff first somewhere else, you are going to be saving a decent amount of context, because the plan mode Claude Code definitely takes up more context than like even when I'm building in the terminal, it seems like. So what tech stack do I want to use? I'm going to go with the recommended. AI approach. How should the AI analyze sentiment? Um, where should the intelligence live? It's recommended to do Claude, but because I would have to pay per API call, and this is going to be a free app, I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it do Gemini, because I don't have a paid account there. So I'll have it go through Gemini, so it's free. So also I'm building this live, and it's like API keys and stuff sometimes get exposed. I don't want to have any paid API keys on a live build. I'm going to tell it to use Gemini. I want you to use Gemini for the AI to analyze the sentiment. For the data sources, how do I want to get the Reddit, Twitter, and news data? Free APIs plus scraping. Yep, everything keep it free, because this is going to be a free app for anyone to use that wants to. and I'm not going to use anything paid until I actually like monetize it. Um, should this be a web app that runs in the browser, or are you thinking mobile app or desktop? Definitely a web app for now. But also I'm like optimizing these for mobile. Um, so yeah, basically you had no idea that you could use Claude Code on Macs without tokens until now. Um, like I think it's using tokens for what it's doing right now, but I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, I'm not clear on like I guess where you're getting that from because I think it's using tokens for what it's doing right now, but I'm not 100%. For the main dashboard, what should the user see when they first open the app? Um, show a single big sentiment gauge for the market overall plus separate gauges for stocks. Yeah, I like that. For the 1 to 100 sentiment score, how should it be displayed visually? Um, yeah, do a speedometer. That would match with the other apps for sure. How often should the sentiment data refresh? Um, on demand only recommended. Do you want the user accounts and saved watch list, or is this a simple no login tool? No login. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, this shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Doesn't need to remember anything about the user. And then I can always add the thing at the end. I can add the thing in the end about it, like tracking sentiment and over time, and like remembering how accurate the sentiment was based on what happened after that in the future. For the individual ticker search, what level of detail should the results page show? Score plus source breakdown. Yeah, that's important. What categories should appear on the main dashboard alongside stocks? Stocks, gold, and crypto. Should the app explain what the sentiment score means in beginner friendly language? Yes. Do you have a Gemini API? You already have one. Oh, but I don't like, yeah, I don't have it right in front of me right now, so I'll set up the project with a placeholder and you'll add the key later. Yep. I always want to, that's another thing I should add to my MD file is that I'm always doing a mock build with mock data first, and then I'll add the API keys at the very end. The main reason because since they're free API keys and they have a limit, it will not go through that limit while it's doing the build. ETFs too expensive. Yeah, a lot of them are. I would say that they're overbought, and yeah, I could do ETFs too. Um, but I feel like so basically ETFs are basically included in the stock market because ETFs are basically like a collection of stocks. So if the sentiment for the stock market, is bad, then that would definitely affect ETFs because stock prices go down, ETFs are going to go down. Usually when the market moves, like most stocks all like kind of move together, and same thing with crypto. Except one thing that's interesting now is like stocks and crypto used to move together, but now they're now not so much. Um, but in ways they still are, but that's a different story. Anyways, does the summary match your vision, or is there anything you want to add, change, or clarify before start planning the build? Okay, I'm gonna check. Looks like they easy. Yeah, that is basically my vision. Also, I did do a tool for ETFs, and the link is in the YouTube description. And basically, what it does is it kind of shows you how like you can compare ETFs, and a lot of like ETFs are really like they seem like they're very different, but they all kind of contain the same stocks, and you can see how like really like the same kind of like 10 major stocks are like make up the majority of like most ETFs, and then they just have like usually different fees when they're kind of the same thing for the most part. And I think that's like a major thing that would help beginners kind of understand, ETFs, and like most people with their like with their investing, they're just advised to like buy ETFs, but um like what I understand, if you want to like get better in investing and you actually want to make way more money than you could with the ETFs, um that's what like all this is for, what I'm doing, get you to get actually understanding buying individual stocks and crypto and gold and stuff like that, and all like how the markets work and tied together and everything. Reddit API free tier, Wall Street bets, okay. Twitter X API free tier, News API, GNews, FinHub, AlphaVantage free tier comparison, cool. Google Gemini API free tier. Some tells me this is going to be have the most APIs of any project I built, but I'm not sure yet. I'll see. All right, cool. So I'm going to sit down real quick. Yeah, they just listed like 10 different APIs. That's going to be kind of annoying, but if it works like how I want it to work, then it's totally worth it. Annoying to like manually put in all those API keys, but that's really not that big of a deal for like the value this is going to provide at the end of the day. It's crazy how like how much technology is advanced, and looking what I'm doing now compared to like a year or 2 years ago, like I wouldn't even have imagined this was possible. But then I get used to it being advanced, and then something like stupid like copying down an API seems like it's so much work when in the past, like a year or 2 years ago, building something like this would have been like, oh man, 100 times more work. So yeah, it's crazy how I just get used to AI so quick. Um, Responding to the Twitch peeps. I don't see any Twitch. Yeah, I'm just scrolling up. I don't see any Twitch comments from today on like my main comment chat. I'm about to pull up the Twitch site and see if it's showing comments on there. Because usually it shows like a logo whether the comments are coming from Twitch or YouTube. But yeah, let me check that out real quick. It shows I'm live on Twitch. Let's see. Oh yeah, so I just get like for who I'm responding to, I have like a main chat thing open on the side that brings up Twitch and YouTube comments. So it shows like a logo of like where the comment is coming from. But sometimes I don't even look at that. I just like read the comment and then respond to that. But yeah, I'm looking at Twitch right now, just getting my channel up. Don't see Yeah, I don't see any chats from Twitch yet today. And Twitch I'm pretty new to. so I don't have nearly as many followers, but I'm in the process of optimizing Twitch, so like I can get links in there and like people will have more information, easier to find me and stuff. So yeah, Claude is still creating the plan is what it should be doing right now. So essentially with the like the newest changes I made to my Claude MD file is that with plan mode, it just goes and creates the plan and then it stops. It doesn't start the build because I want to have a more professional build where I'm building it in the terminal and either one or a few steps at a time and then having Codex do the audit. So it's like having a, like an independent, like some different source, like looking over it. And then I'll have the terminal Claude do the fixes. But basically, I was gonna install a hook for it to automatically read those files because it wasn't automatically reading it before. But what it told me was that like I don't need to install a hook. The reason it wasn't automatically reading it was because I had them named wrong. So it's saying I'll just change the names of these files for you, and then it should automatically read it. So I'll know if it creates that plan and then just starts automatically building, then I know that I still need to do the hooks, that it wasn't good enough just to rename the files. But yeah, just trying to make my workflow better every day, implement something new every day, and bring massive value in every way. So, all the way up to beginner to pro. Drinking the water every day too. Been counting down for my shoulder to feel like I'm good enough to climb again. Feel like I'm getting close. Alright, they want me to accept the plan, but they're not showing me the plan. You're asking me if I want to accept the plan, but all I can see is Claude's plan, and this text box is covering up the plan, so I can't see the plan. So go ahead and show me the plan, and then once I can see the whole plan, then I'll know whether I can accept it or not. There we go. Did it just like rewrite it? Yeah. In so many ways, Claude is so smart, and in some ways, it's like, how is it this stupid when it's so smart but so many other things? Anyways, so now I can read it. Ten build steps. See, it's asking me if it should start building, so it must not have read the file. But at least it didn't automatically start building, so maybe it did, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it did not automatically create the plan MD, so I don't think it's reading the Claude MD file. So I'm gonna tell it, yeah, I got it. I'm definitely doing hooks next time then to start the project. Because it said this would like basically work, so I didn't have to use hooks, but it's not. I can tell right now. But anyways, live and learn. I'm gonna tell it to all right, so I do approve the plan, but you should be reading the Claude MD because that will tell you that I do not want you to start the build. I just want you to create a plan MD once you are done with the build, and it should be in the right spot based on what it says in the Claude MD. So at least I don't have to like explain what's in the Claude MD. I can just tell it like you should be doing what it says in the Claude MD. So that cuts things down, but yeah, I want to get the hook thing so it just does it right and it just like flows through without me having to tell any of this stuff. And I know it's possible seeing like so many new things. Like I remember like a week ago I was like having to think like what's something new I can implement today, and now I've got like a list of like 5 to 10 different things that I want to implement, so I know I like automatically have something new for every day. Mostly giving thanks to the commenters. Mostly they seem to come through at the perfect time when they see me like not understanding something or getting stuck on something, and then they come through and they give me advice, and then I just do some research and then know that what I'm going to add next to implement to my workflow to make it better. So basically every day I'm not only trying to create an app that is like more difficult in a way that or something new I've never created for before, but I'm also trying to make one implementation to my workflow to make it better. PlanMD is saved. I see it in the root file where it's supposed to be. All right, so now what I can do is start the. Okay, so what I want to do actually first before I tell it to start building is I'm going to look at the plan MD and I'm going to copy and paste that into Gemini, and I'm going to ask it what would logically be the best steps, if any, to combine, so I don't have to do it like one step at a time. I could like group steps together to make the build go faster where it would make sense. All right, I think they said 10 steps. Claude just created the plan MD for this project. I'm about to paste the steps here, and I want you to let me know if you think any of these steps could be combined while I'm building this project in the Claude Code terminal. So they're saying combine steps 1 and 2. That's like the foundation. Um, combine steps 3 and 4. That's like the UI. 5 and 6, the local data engine. The AI brain, step 7, do that as one step. Big connection, steps 8 and 9. Polish and disclaimer, step 10, do that as one step. Awesome. Just going to copy and paste this to that document that I keep on the side with the vision so that I can easily check back to this. All right, so I'm going to tell it to start to do steps 1 and 2. I want you to start creating steps 1 and 2. Yeah, I would say out of the whole vibe coding process, my favorite part is when I see the like completed project for the first time. My second favorite part is when I fix like something difficult, like a difficult problem. And third favorite part is just like starting and telling it to start the first step after I have like everything planned, all created and everything. And also, it's super important for you guys were talking about in the chat, talking about like context and using a like lower tiered plan for conserving tokens and stuff. Having that plan MD, from what I understand, is going to be like one of the best things that you can do to conserve context. So far since I've started this new workflow, um, I've gotten super close, but I haven't had to compact the conversation for the context in the Claude Code terminal for the building part. Yeah. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, basically what's going on is I'm just starting the build for Market Mood. Market Mood is a tool for investors in regards to sentiment. Sentiment is basically what people think the market is doing, like in regards to, is the market bullish or bearish? Bullish meaning the market's like good and it's going to keep going up. Bearish means like it's not good and it's going down. Right now, I think, war is like one of the main things that will change the sentiment very quick. And because a new war just started, you can see that the stock market has gone down since the war has started. Crypto's kind of doing the same thing it's been doing since before it started. Um, so what this is gonna do? This tool should be looking at like as many sources as possible from the internet, and it's going to combine all these different sources of what people are saying, like from just like random posts on the internet to actual like major news publications, what they're saying, and is gonna give it a score based on like the combination of what the sentiment is. So this is very valuable for people to not only understand, the main thing for beginner investors and really for making money in the stock market is like knowing the right time to buy low, sell high. So yeah, this will help people get a good idea of like, how different news and different like global events affects the market. And one thing I really want to add to this at the end, if possible, is something to where it can have a memory and it can like every day not only record the sentiment automatically, but it can record that maybe like say like the next couple weeks or the next month, and it will evaluate, what the market did, whether it like basically simply whether it was like going up, down, or sideways. So then it can look back and be like, okay, well, how well did my sentiment score reflect what actually happened in the market? And basically, over time, I could even have it like automatically adjust like how it scores the sentiment so that it understands like, okay, well, certain sources are more correct over time than others. So if it remembers what sources over time are more correct, then essentially it can give those sources more weight in the scoring and hopefully like kind of correct itself over time to be a better reader of sentiment. All right. Okay, so it's doing what I wanted to do with the audit thing. It's telling me what it did in steps 1 and 2. It's complete. And like we got the file structure, summary of what it did. And this is all stuff I asked it to do in the Claude MD file that it's doing. So it's definitely reading it. I did not have to tell the terminal to read it. It's doing it. So that's a good sign. Um So based on those changes, it's giving me a list of known risks that come with these changes. And I always like to read this stuff to like help me understand. The more of this stuff I read as a beginner, the better I get to understand what it's doing. And then that helps me understand like, for me what to do and how to catch bugs earlier and stuff like that. So then based on everything it just did and what the known risks are, it's going to create a prompt for me to give right into Codex, so I don't have to create this prompt myself. Um, it's going to tell it like what files were just made that it should audit, and then to check specifically for the known risks. So I'll give this to Codex. Codex will do the audit for this prompt, and Codex will let me know what it found. And we'll see if Codex is reading the Codex MD, because if it is, then it should automatically give me a prompt that I can give right back to Claude Code that will tell it what it found and what it needs to fix, if anything needs to be fixed. So essentially, like, I don't know, this is something that I like added myself just from like working and trying to make my workflow more professional and better. And I don't know anybody else that's doing this. From what I understand, like some of the like programs that are out there that can like use multiple agents and like link agents together, this something similar to this might be programmed in, but this was like something that I didn't like get from like somebody else that was doing it. I just like building my own process and seeing where I was like running into like problems and things were slowing down, and me just like trying to make the process better every day. And I'm sure it'll change over time, just like my behind me on the board I've got like the system I created for, the steps to creating an app every day, and that's pretty much getting locked in. I haven't had to do many changes to that in like maybe a week now. So like at first I was like changing that system almost like every day. I had like an original system that was much longer, had way more steps, and then I learned like essentially as I was building each day, I would make like a change here and there to the system, and now it's to the point where it's like I haven't really had to make changes in like a week now, at least. So all right, this is all done. We got a list of what it found. Nothing is like high risk. That's always good. Medium. Okay, then low. I'm not even gonna look at that stuff. Awesome. Yeah, it did it what it was supposed to do. So I didn't have to tell it this time to look at look at the Codex MD, which for some reason I don't see. Oh yeah, because they renamed it to Agents MD. I don't know why, but okay. Um, so as reading it, at least it's got to be to do all that. All right, so now I'm going to give this prompt back to the terminal to where I'm doing the build, and it's going to fix those problems that Codex just found. So yeah, back to the comments. Yeah, respect. So what is my story? Who am I? Let's see. I would say the parts that are the most relevant to vibe coding is I've been an entrepreneur for like maybe like 15 years now, and went to pretty much like I knew like when I was younger that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I always wanted to run business, and went to college first with like international relations and like entrepreneur on the side because I wanted to do like international business, but then I quickly realized I should just like make an entrepreneur. So I did business administration, got the degree, quickly realized starting my first business that I should have just basically, instead of going to school, like I learned way more from just like starting a business, and I should have just taken the time and the energy and the money that I spent going to school to start a business instead. So, anyways, first business was like delivery, restaurant delivery before Uber Eats or any of that stuff existed. Did that for about 2 or 3 years, and I just got like sick of doing it. Um, and then a lot more competition came along, and pretty much then my next business was starting to write books, and that evolved into basically running a publishing company where I would hire freelancers and give them instructions on what to write so I could like put out like 10 books a month. Got sick of doing that after, I don't know, like maybe like 5 to 7 years, but fortunately I'm still got those books up, most of them, and still getting money. That's like a business. Like that's when I really got into more like passive income types of businesses. And then I've tried like so many different business ideas. But the main thing I've just like especially when I was doing the passive income stuff, my intention, like I just wanted to work as little as possible so I could spend most of my time either like snowboarding or mountain biking. And yeah, that was able to have me do that because that stuff is very like, you can't really plan it because it's based on like the weather when the best times to be out there doing that stuff. So now I'm basically like I've spent the last 2 years applying just like AI, LLM research and like content creation in my business. And then I just recently found out about vibe coding, agentic coding, Claude Code, all that stuff. And I realized how important it is. And I see vibe coding and agentic coding and orchestrating these agents as being like the best by far skill that I could implement into my like entrepreneur life. Also, I've started to become like addicted to it. I just really like vibe coding and building stuff. So yeah, that's like kind of what led me to this. And like I'm a beginner vibe coder, but a lot of experience as an entrepreneur. And I'm trying to apply this channel as far as like not just teaching people vibe coding, but teaching people how to like do vibe coding more from like a business mindset. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty. Oh, the investing too. I've been an investor for like I would say maybe like 10 years that I've like just made like small moves, but with the last like at least 5 to 7 years, I've really like been consistently investing and gone from just like buying individual stocks to being able to like become a decent trader to where I'm consistently winning the majority of my trades. And that's why I'm doing the financial apps because like you got to know really what you're building. Because if you're building something that you don't understand that niche, then essentially what's going to happen is like it'll create something that doesn't make sense and you won't know because you're not an expert in that field. So it's helps a ton to actually like know the field for what you're building to create something that people are going to get value from. So yeah, I feel like that's about that, and I've got the audit done. It explained the fixes that it just made, and it's doing what I didn't want it to do, which is going back in a loop and telling me to do like more fixes that it doesn't. Okay, maybe not, because this is different, yeah, because it's only finding one known risk. So I'm gonna do this time, but if it does it again, then I'll tell it like, hey, you should be doing all this with just one prompt. Um, Codex audit prompt. So yeah, I'm gonna do one more audit on these first two steps, just for this one thing, and I'll see what it finds. Some tells me it's not gonna find anything important, and I can just tell it like, hey, just like do one audit per step. But I want to see for myself, understand how it's working, understand how these different tools think. It's saying in the comments at packet yo. Not really sure what that means, but it sounds cool. Is packet like a file type or something? I'm not really sure. So yeah, Codex doing the audit. That was quick. No issues found. It gave me a prompt saying fix the following audit findings, but it didn't find anything. So yeah, that was cool. See if it does that again. So I can go on to the next group of steps now, and that's going to be step 3 or 4. And back to building. Also a big part of what like I was thinking about like doing this. Like I already was like, yeah, I would definitely want to learn vibe coding. And then at first I was like thinking like, maybe I should live stream it, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna like, at first I was like, that's like way too much. I don't want to like live stream. I don't know how to do that and stuff. And then I was like, actually, I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. So like, I started doing it, and like, after the first or second day I did it, I got injured snow skating and messed my shoulder up, so I couldn't really do anything. And I was like, well, if anything, that's good timing for streaming because there's nothing I can do. So that really got me like, I wasn't really like sure after like the first couple days if it was something I wanted to do. And I thought, this is going really slow. I'm still learning a lot. I'm just kind of sitting there reading the screen. But yeah, after like 10 days of live streaming, everything started to flow a lot more. And I'm really glad that I stuck with it. Really glad I'm doing it because not only do I feel like I'm providing a lot of value to people that are watching the stream, but a lot of people in the stream are providing a lot of value to me as far as helping me get to the next level every day. So yeah, I'm really feeling the flow on this. Got a lot of good ideas and definitely sticking with it till I reach my goal and probably even reaching the goal of 1 million. I think that's just going to be like a beginning. Then I can just scale to whatever comes next after that. But yeah, for me, it's more about the journey. Like, I'm not just doing this to get the money. Like, my main focus is on creating value and enjoying the process as I go. So let's see. Known risks, mock data only. No loading error states. Ticker page params. Okay, audit prompt. Files we just did. Check for responsive layout. Ticker page. Params. Progress bar width. Component props. Okay. Copy and paste this into Codex. I just got a report after building step 2 and 3, or I'm sorry, step 3 and 4, and they were talking about a known risk to check for is something about on the ticker page. I need to verify the params and that they're like properly awaited and symbol is decoded. Can you explain to me what params are and like how they apply to this project? Yeah, 5 days left and phase 1 is over. In a way, I'm like ready to already move on to phase 2, but I know there's still so much more I can learn by doing these last 5 apps. And yeah, the kind of like the main thing in the back of my mind when I went into the 30 apps in 30 days was like, am I going to be able to come up with 30 different ideas? Especially the way I did it was like I really like for the most part came in with like either no idea or very little idea of what I was going to build each day. But that has not been a problem at all. Like I could probably do like another 30 before I even started to like run into a wall of like not being able to think of more ideas. But also like as an entrepreneur, like I've been training my brain and like programming my brain to be like always searching for ideas and always noticing trends and always trying to like find the next good opportunity. And I was saying before, I believe this vibe coding is like the best not only tech opportunity but business opportunity as far as like learning a new skill that I've seen in a long time. I mean, AI in general, like the LLMs, definitely was like I picked up on that real quick. I realized right away how much capabilities it had to save time and make everything better. But yeah, this vibe coding is I see it as even a better opportunity when I first realized what was possible with LLMs. I remember seeing that like the first thing that got me into LLMs, like I was using it right away. I'm like, how can I use this for business? And they were like, one of the first things, like, we can write emails for you. And I was like, yeah, right. And I basically like gave it background, like, here's my email list, here's who the target audience is, create an email about this. And it was like so good at it. I was like, no way. I'm like, this is gonna save me like a couple hours a week in doing work. And then I found like 10 other ways I could save hours a week, and I was like hooked from there. But now, yeah, I know the LLMs pretty well, and that helps a ton to like understand LLMs and how to talk to LLMs before you do the vibe coding. Um, yeah, that makes a huge deal. Like if I came into this fresh from not knowing, like, just talking to LLMs about super basic stuff, not about business, not about coding, or had really no experience with LLMs, this would probably be like 10 times more difficult. So we got one fix for it to do. It's a medium fix. I'm gonna have Claude do this fix. The terminal. All right, it's already been fixed. Awesome. So on to what is the next? On to the local data engine, steps 5 and 6. This is going to set up the cache and all the data fetching services like Reddit, news, crypto. Instead of building one service at a time, I'm having Claude scaffold the lib/services folder with all the logic for FinHub, alternative.me, and Reddit in one go. And I could test these if I want to after the API keys are working, but I'm doing this mock data at first with API at the end, so I'll just wait till I put in the API keys and then test it. All right, so do step 5 and 6. So if you're just joining in, essentially what I'm doing is I'm building a market mood app. It's just a web app. It's basically like a website. MVP, minimum viable product. So this is like, just like has a function to solve a problem. And I'll put this out there. And if people use it, then I'll improve it and make it a lot better. But with the MVP, you just want to basically like solve the main problem. And I did the process setting it up like I would set up a business. What this app does is it basically like gives a score on market sentiment, which is basically like, whether people think that different markets are going to go up or down based on what's going on in the world. And this is going to look at a bunch of different sources for market sentiment and then give me like kind of an overall score. And it's going to give one overall score for just like, the market in general. And then it's going to give another score for just stocks, just crypto, and just gold. And also it's going to have a place where you can search for any stock. And then just get a sentiment on that particular stock. And I'm guessing what's going to happen is like, the major stocks are going to have a ton of different information for sentiment, but probably like, the smaller market cap a stock has, meaning like the smaller amount of money that's in a stock, and like the smaller a business is, the less information it'll have. But that's going to be interesting for me to see like what kind of information you can get off of like smaller, newer stocks. And what I'd like to implement to this in the future is something that it tracks over time. When it gives like a daily, score based on sentiment, it can track the next like maybe week to see what the price does. And it will kind of like, rate itself like, well, did the price accurately respond to this sentiment score? If not, look and see like, what sources that it mostly like, if say like the markets go down over the next week and like half the sources that are looking at saying it's going to go up and half the sources people think it's going to go down, then it can rate that over time and remember like what sources are more accurate and give more weight, more credibility to those sources that are more accurate over time for creating a score. So let's see. Known risks. FinHub only scoring. The API route currently only calls FinHub. The other 4 services, Reddit, News API, Stock, Twist, Fear and Greed, are built but not wired into the route yet. That happens in step 7-8 when the aggregator and Gemini analysis are added. Okay. So I don't understand why I would have to audit that, but that's okay. Placeholder, logic score, FinHub score, derivation, Line 29 through 34 uses bullish percent or a headline count as a rough proxy. This will be replaced by Gemini sentiment analysis in step 7. The Reddit token caching. The OAuth token is cached in module level state in serverless environments. With cold starts, token may be refetched more frequently than expected. Stock twist rapid API endpoint. This exact rapid API host path may vary by subscription. All right, awesome. And that reminds me, I think I should have made it clear from the beginning that I only want to use free APIs. But that's not going to be a problem because if there is no free API for what they have, then it'll just I just will have it not included. Most of it I think is going to be, I feel like the news and the internet stuff that it's going to scan is going to be probably the most accurate, because it's going to be looking at the APIs, from what I understand, are just basically going to be scanning the internet and coming up with their own score. But this is going to teach me a lot about for finance apps, for understanding how sentiment is calculated and where the best sources are, and a few other things too. So I got the audit prompt. What Gemini model am I going to use from the comments? I'm not sure. I was advised to use, I think it was 1.5. For this project, it's just going to be a Gemini API to like do the analysis for the sentiment. But I plan on using Gemini in the future as part of my building process, mostly for UI, but I also found out that it has a much bigger context window than other models. So I was advised that I should also use Gemini for like an overall audit of like the entire project. Like Codex, from what I understand about Codex, the more specific of like, you know, what you tell it to audit, like when I'm just having it audit like certain files or like certain steps at a time, it's going to get way better results than doing like an audit on the entire project. But from what I understand, doing an audit on the entire project, that Gemini is going to be better for that because it has more context, that it can basically remember more of what it's doing. So got a new prompt, found some things to fix. It's good to see medium and low and nothing high, but I'm trying to like read these to understand what's going on so I can learn as I go and stay in the flow and increase what I know. Looking at some abundance mindset stuff. You are not your body or your ego. Your true identity is infinite consciousness, temporarily having a human experience. The ego is a false self built from external labels and opinions. So ego is like conscious mind. Looking at the comments, I don't know how you're using Gemini. If you're using Gemini CLI, it's pretty hesitant to answer your prompt with their best models since it's free. Um, yeah, I'm trying to use the because I'm building publicly. I'm trying to use free API, and all this stuff is free to use. So I'm using free Gemini API, and from what I've seen in the past, it works well, but it runs out of like the daily limit of how much you can use it. Kind of runs out quicker than a lot of the other APIs I've used. But mainly I'm still learning, and there's like security stuff for exposing API keys, which I've accidentally done in the past. So I'm lucky that they're all free APIs, and then once I monetize this stuff, then I'll change it to a paid API. I can use their best models through Google AI Studio for free. I want to look into that. That's respect. Thank you. There's this cool tool called Git ingest you can run to load all your project files into one text file and upload it to Google AI Studio. That sounds cool. I'm gonna look into that right now. Actually, I'm gonna look into that when it's building the next step or steps. So I just did 5 and 6. So now I'm gonna do just step 7 because that's the AI brain. Setting up the Gemini sentiment service is the most magical part of the build. I would want to spend time here fine-tuning the prompt. This is where I teach the AI to be an investing sensei, which is like teacher, like kung fu teacher. And AI keeps using that word. And I'm like, these are investment apps, not kung fu. But hey, kung fu is something I like to do, so that's cool with me. So all right, step 7. And that's perfect timing, man, in the comments. Right when I'm getting to the Gemini build part, brought that stuff up. And this is not really something I feel like it would make sense to try and like debug until the whole thing is built. So I'll see how it works when I'm done with the build, and I'm gonna do some research right when it's building this about what you were telling me about the Google AI Studio. And if that sounds better and the Gemini is not working really well, I'll just switch it after it's done to Google AI Studio. All right, so build step 7. All right, back to Gemini. Oh yeah, I was asking it what params are. Params are short for parameters. They're the dynamic parts of the URL. Oh, I get it. In regards to like the ticker and looking up stocks. So like if it's looking up Apple, the param is AAPL. If it's looking up Bitcoin, the param is BTC. It's like a placeholder in the file structure that fills in whatever the user searches for. I get it. And then it's telling me just like some random things that could be possible, like bugs or problems when it uses those parameters. All right. Want to look up Google AI Studio. So for this project, I'm planning on using the Gemini API. That's what it's really building right now in step 7. And while I was talking about that, somebody from the comments came through with some helpful information that I've never heard of before. Essentially, what they're saying is Gemini CLI is hesitant to answer with their best models since it's free, but I could use their best models through Google AI Studio for free as well. And that there's a cool tool called Git ingest that I can run to load all of the project files into one text file and upload it to Google AI Studio. Could you explain more about Google AI Studio, especially in the context of this project that I'm working on? and let me know what you think about implementing this Google AI Studio, either in addition to Gemini or instead of Gemini. Making a change to the Gemini, or while I'm asking the LLM about the Gemini. Everything just flows so good every day. Well, some days I definitely have more problems than others. But for the most part, like I would say this flows so good, like abundance mindset, like go with the flow path of least resistance. If you're trying to start a new business idea, I mean, one of the main things is like business. You want to do something that you enjoy doing. Like I got into the books. I really enjoyed like reading books, mainly nonfiction business books. And I was like, you know what? I read pretty much every business book in this bookstore. Like I feel like, I'm to the point where whenever I read a new business book, maybe like, I don't know, 5% of it is like new to me. I might as well write books about like business and marketing. So that's how that started. And yeah, like it's really important to be working on a business that you enjoy, doing something you enjoy. So many reasons for that. Like I enjoy investing. I enjoy investing mostly because it's like you're dealing with learning about like businesses and you're kind of like betting on like the future of certain businesses and certain trends. And I feel like just like over time, like that's like a skill that you can get better at doing. All right. Got some risks. Model ID. Google retries this preview. The model ID will need updating to the GA version. Maybe Google Analytics, that means. JSON extraction via regex uses a non-greedy match to extract the first JSON object. This works for the expected score summary response, but could mismatch if Gemini returns nested objects, unlikely given the constrained prompt. Rate limits. The free tier allows 15 RPM to 1000 RPD. I don't know what that means. The aggregator, step 8, will call this once per source. Oh, okay. This must be for the free tier for Gemini, because I did tell it I was using the free tier. So that's like how much it can like get. 4 calls per ticker query at 15 RPM. This allows 3 to 4 current users before throttling. Okay, so not much use per whatever it is, hour or day, but as long as I can like get it working and do enough to test it out. And that's major for while I'm not putting for while I'm building without the API keys, and I'm going to put them in at the end because otherwise it'll like when I'm like testing throughout the build, if it's using the API keys, then that'll count for like the calls it's making, and then I could like run out of API usage before I even finish the build. So we got the prompt. Files to audit and what to look out for. And this is like, I feel like this is super important for me learning, for understanding like how to avoid problems in the future and just becoming more of like a pro is understanding this stuff, particularly like what to like watch out for. Prompt injection, verify the user supplied symbol and source text. Cannot manipulate the system prompt to return arbitrary scores. Awesome. All right, back to the Gemini about the comment. The community member gave me some absolute gold advice in the world of vibe coding. Google AI Studio and Git Ingest are like having a secret superpower that lets you bypass the brain fog that smaller AI models sometimes get. Here's the breakdown of why this is a game changer. What is Google AI Studio? It's like a laboratory version of Gemini. The best models for free. While your API key might be limited to Flash, the fast, light model, AI Studio often lets you use Gemini 1.5 Pro or the latest Gemini 2.5 or 3 models for free. That's awesome. These models have much better reasoning for complex tasks like sentiment analysis and massive context window. This is the big one. It can remember up to 2 million tokens. That's roughly 30,000 lines of code. Yeah, that's way better than, that's awesome. Or several entire books. You can drop your entire project into it. It won't forget a single file. System instructions. It has a dedicated box for system instructions where you can paste your sprint rules MD and tell it, you're a world-class financial analyst, never hallucinate math. So what is Git Ingest? Git Ingest is a brilliant condenser tool. Usually if you want an AI to look at your whole project, you have to copy paste like page TSX, then layout TSX, and like all the files. It takes forever. The solution, you give Git Ingest your folder path or GitHub URL. It instantly squashes every file into one giant text file. So like the workflow would be run Git Ingest on your project, download the digest.tsx, upload that one file to Google AI Studio. Boom, the AI now sees your entire app at once. Can find bugs across files that Claude might miss. Implementation, like it's saying, should I do it instead of Gemini or addition to? And they recommend a hybrid approach. Don't throw away your Gemini API setup. So it's giving a comparison, like for live sentiment, use Gemini API. Yes, use the API so the app works automatically for the user. And for Google AI Studio, no, don't use that for live sentiment because you can't manually copy headlines into a studio while a user is waiting. Okay. Big architecture changes. That's where no, I should not be using Gemini API. It's hard to explain 10 files to a small API. But with Google AI Studio, use this to plan how the aggregator should work across the whole app. Bug squashing. Sometimes use the Gemini API. It's good for syntax errors. And for Google AI Studio, yes, if the ticker search isn't working, upload the project and ask, where is the data breaking? Recommendation for today's stream, keep the API for the app. Finish steps 7 and 8 using the Gemini API so the app is live and functional. Use AI Studio as the senior architect. If you get stuck on the aggregator logic, step 8, run Git Ingest. Pop it into AI Studio and ask it to write master logic for your weighted scores. The pro move, show your audience the AI Studio interface. It looks very hacker ready and makes for great content on how to manage large code bases. Still a few things I don't understand. Okay, so Google AI Studio. At first I was thinking this was like, you know, something like an LLM where I could get an API key and it would essentially like give me just better models of Gemini to use because Gemini is part of Google. However, what it seems like is this is like kind of like the tool, like, you know, Claude Code is a tool of Anthropic, or like Codex is a tool for ChatGPT. But it sounds like this is like the maybe like the coding tool for Google. Is that right? I'm just like not 100% clear on what the AI Studio actually is. Okay, Google AI Studio is not a tool like Claude Code. It's not a terminal app. Think of it this way. Gemini is the brain, the model. Gemini app, the consumer chatbot, like ChatGPT, is designed for the general public and can be a bit filtered or chatty. Google AI Studio is like the developer's dashboard. What it actually looks like, it's a web-based interference, a playground that looks more like a workspace than a chat window. Okay, so why is it different from the Gemini app? It gives you the unfiltered power of the brain. You can adjust the temperature, how creative versus factual the AI is, and the safety settings. So it's like, sounds like a more customized and better version of Gemini. System instructions, there is a permanent box on the left. You put your Claude MD file in there, and the AI must obey them for every single message. Context loading. This is the most important part for the Git ingest idea. You can click a plus button and upload a 5 MB text file containing your entire project. The AI swallows the whole project into its working memory. API key factory. This is actually where you go to get the API key you're using in your code right now. So, okay. It's like I can get API keys for like a more customized Gemini, kind of what I'm seeing. And it's not like Cursor, it's not an IDE, and it isn't a terminal agent like Claude Code. It's a heavy duty reasoning lab. So, in the context of market mood, here's how I would use it. You don't use it to write every line of code, you use it as your lead architect. The workflow. Use Claude Code to build the app, but when you get to the aggregator step 8, which is very complex, I could run git ingest, upload the project to AI Studio, and say, I'm about to build a complex sentiment aggregator. Look at my current services, Reddit, news, crypto, and tell me the best mathematical way to weight these scores so the output is accurate. So yeah, it's like I'm customizing, it sounds like Gemini. And also it'd be like giving me a better model of it too. And also it's like free, so like comparison table. So then there's like Cursor and Claude Code, the construction worker does the manual labor, and terminal commands. The Gemini API, the utility, is the electricity that makes the app smart for the users. Google AI Studio is like the senior consultant. I go here when I need to solve a huge logic problem involving the whole code base. Since I'm about to do step 7, I just did it. This is the perfect time to open AI Studio. Okay, I understand this a lot better now. So I'm just about to do step 8. The main thing I'm wondering is like, how would putting this into AI Studio be better than just like what I'm doing already with Claude Code? And essentially what I understand is like this should basically give me a better model of Gemini and also a more customized model of Gemini, but there is no API key. This is just something that would help design the logic of the app. let me know what I'm right and wrong about. Yeah, this could be like a huge thing to implement today that I wasn't even planning on, but now that I'm learning about it, uh, sounds like it's definitely something I want to try. So I'm on the right track. Think of Google AI Studio as the brain lab for your project. I'm not wrong about it helping with logic. That's its biggest strength. But there's a few nuances to clear up regarding how it differs from your current setup with Claude Code. So it's not necessarily better than Claude Code, but it is different. Claude Code is an agent that can physically touch your files and run terminal commands. Google AI Studio is a high context playground. I don't get what they mean by playground. Massive memory. In 2026, Gemini Pro and AI Studio can handle up to 10 million tokens. Okay, for your Mood Market app, this means you can use Getting.js to turn your entire code base into one file and drop it in. The AI then will understand every single connection between your Reddit service, the Gemini sentiment service, and your front end. Claude Code has a much smaller active memory window. Okay, I get that part. Unfiltered logic design. Because it's a lab, you can set the temperature to 0, making the AI strictly logical, and use the system instructions to force it to act like a senior quantitative analyst. You use this to design the aggregator math, asking it to write the weighted formula for how Apple News should count more than a random Reddit post. Okay. No API key needed for design. You don't need to put in an API key into AI Studio to talk to it. It's a free web interface. However, it is where you generate the API key that your code uses to talk to Gemini. You don't need to put in an API key into. Oh, yeah, I get it. So, like with Claude Code, I'm putting API keys into Claude Code. But this is like I have it figure something out, and then it's going to generate the API key based on like the logic of what I tell it to do. That's cool. So, like, what I thought, it gives a better model of Gemini, and that I'm right about that. And that's what the guy in the comments was saying. You can access Pro and Ultra versions of Gemini for free in the studio that might be smarter than the Flash model usually used for quick API calls. It's a more customized model. I was right on that. You can use the system instructions to give it a personality. You are a skeptical Wall Street bear to see how its sentiment analysis changes. And that plays right into what I want to do about like kind of rating the sentiment analysis over time and seeing how it actually applies to what the market does and like making it better. There's no API key. You don't need one to use the studio website, but the studio and the factory that makes the keys you need for your Next.js code. Okay. But it was also saying that I should use it like a hybrid. I should use the free Gemini API and this. So it's like a coding tool, partial. It's more like a logic lab. It won't run the npm install, excuse me, for you like Claude Code does, but it will tell you exactly which npm package is best for financial math. I'm starting to understand this way better. So I basically need to make this work, I would just need to, since step 8, what I'm about to do, perfect timing, is the most complex logic heavy part, combining 5 different data sources into one source. Here's the vibe coding play. Run git ingest in the terminal. Go to AI Studio, start a new chat, and upload that file. Ask it, I'm about to build an aggregator based on my existing services in the lib/services file. Design a mathematical formula that weighs news at 40%, Reddit at 20%, crypto fear and greed at 40%. Write the TypeScript logic for this. Okay, and I'm wondering like what's gonna happen because I already like had Claude Code to kind of give these its own different score. Take that perfect logic back to Claude Code and say build the aggregator using this logic for my senior architect. So suggested feature, sentiment drift. Since you're in the studio, ask it to design a drift feature. This would compare today's sentiment to yesterday's. If the market mood is dropping fast, the app could show a rapid cooldown warning. Wow, there's so much. Like, I thought this was going to be the simplest tool when I started building it, and the more I'm building it, the more I realize how much better I could make this, and like having so many more good ideas about like making this like such a like it already think like basic what it's doing is super awesome, but yeah, there's so much more potential I could do with this. Um this is like almost like 10 apps in one what I can do. Uh so like warning, you could have for this extra feature, if it's cooling down, you could have a warning. Um just checking the comments. Yeah, respect. Yeah, so if you're just joining in, essentially what I'm doing is like I got a good suggestion from someone in the comments about this Google AI Studio and Git ingest, and I didn't know what either of those things were. So essentially I looked it up and it's telling me like how I can implement this to in my project. Like first I was just like going over like what these things are and I had to clarify some stuff to understand it better. But essentially it's like telling me like, this would make most sense in like step 8 of your project. And I'm just about to do step 8. So basically there's like one or two more things that I want to clarify with this and then I'll decide whether I should implement this now or later because it sounds like it's pretty simple, but it also sounds like it um might like disagree with something that I already told it for like what it's building. So yeah, that's what I want to find out. Okay. Okay, so I understand this much better now. And since I'm about to do step 8, I'm wondering if I should do this before step 8. But the main thing that comes to mind is like it sounds like the primary function for this is to like give different weights to different sources of sentiment info. And like I already planned how it would give different weights to different sentiment info in the plan MD when I was in plan mode on Claude Code. What I would like to do is add another feature that I did not have in the plan after this is done and it's working right, to where essentially what's going to happen is the app will be able to see the day's sentiment and then track over the next like week or more how accurate the sentiment was. And like if the sentiment said like it was bullish, did the markets move up, and if it was bearish, did they move down? So then it could ultimately learn and look back at like which sources of sentiment were more accurate and then give those sources more weight over time based on like how the market actually moves, so I could like fine tune this over time to make it more accurate. So first let me know is this going to cause problems like if I have it like give me different weightings for different sources than what I already have? I feel like also, this is going to be something I want to do over time to fine tune this. Let me know if there's more that it's doing than just this, and let me know what you think about this possible conflict of like different sources of information for weighting the scores differently. And also too, if you're new or if you've even been here before, subscribe, like and comment. Always trying to hear more comments, more information. Obviously, like if you're live, you can like comment in the live stream. But if you're watching this when it's not live, you know what to do. All right, so level 2 of this project, what I'm talking about is like fine tuning the score. Is a good idea. The answer to the first question, no, will not cause problems with the current Step 8 build. In fact, gives Step 8 a purpose. Think of Step 8 as the current theory and your new features as the truth checker. I don't think it understands what I'm talking about, that like it might conflict with like how I already have the logic set up. The conflict is actually a calibration. Don't worry about the different weightings clashing. Okay, they get it. Phase 1, the current plan. Use best guesses. This is your baseline, like the different weights that it already assigned to it. Phase 2, the app starts a leaderboard. Reddit says bullish, but the stock drop. Reddit's reliability score goes down. If the news says bearish and the stock actually crashed, the news reliability score goes up. The result, you aren't changing the weights manually. You're letting the market vote on which source is the most honest. How to use Google AI Studio for this self-correction. This is exactly where AI Studio beats the standard chat window, because you can use Getting.js to upload your whole project. You can ask the AI to design a feedback loop database schema. So the archive, every time a user searches a ticker, your app saves the sentiment score and the source breakdown into a simple database. The 7-day check, you create a cron job, a scheduled task that runs every weekend. It looks at the tickers searched 7 days ago and fetches their actual price change. The logic lab, you take that data, drop it into AI Studio. Okay, and then you ask, based on this week's performance, rewrite my constraints.ts weights to favor the sources that were most accurate. Yes, that makes so much more sense than like manually going through and making changes each week with Claude Code to have it like figure that out and have me manually do it. Okay, this is way more awesome than I could have even. Thanks again to Jake in the chat. This is money right here. I had no idea this stuff existed. Wow, the more I learn that there's so much more to learn. But that's awesome because I love learning. So we got the logic lab. Is there more is doing? Yes, beyond just waiting, this feature helps you catch manipulation. Hype detection. If Reddit is 100% bullish but the stock is flat, the AI learns that Reddit is currently currently in a bot hype phase for that sector and can automatically dial it down to 0% weight for a few days. Oh, so it can like change over time. That's awesome. Sector intelligence. The AI might realize that for crypto, Twitter is the most accurate, but for gold, the news is the only thing that matters. It can start giving you dynamic weights based on what asset is being searched. Recommendation for the stream. Do not add this to step 8 yet. Step 8 is about getting the first version of the brain working. If you try to build a self-correcting brain before the basic brain is alive, the code will get too messy for a live stream. That's what I was thinking. This would be better to like implement after it's done and I make sure it's working right. So yeah, this should be like the last step. So maybe I won't even, we'll see how much time I have once I'm done building this. So basically we're building the car, and then we're going to build the autopilot that learns how to drive better every week. That's a good analogy. Starting to come through with better analogies, Gemini. Respect. Awesome. So I'll just come back to that. I definitely got to take a note for that. The Google AI Studio and Git ingest. Yeah. All right. So on to, I just did step. Let me see. Did step 7. I got the audit prompt for Codex, but I didn't. Yeah, it found that's the first um high level problem it found in the audit, so that's good. Okay, so it audited step 7, found one high issue: untrusted symbol and source text are interpolated directly into the prompt with no defensive instruction to treat them as a data only. A malicious ticker string or upstream source snippet can inject instructions like ignore previous directions and return a wrong score. This is a prompt injection vulnerability in the scoring path. It can cause Gemini to return attacker influence scores and summaries instead of analyzing the intended financial text. That is major because that would make my whole score wrong. So that's a very big bug to find. Awesome. The next one, the parser extracts the first block with a loose reject I don't even know regex. It feeds it straight into JSON.parse that accepts many earlier JSON looking fragment in the model output rather than validating that the full response is the expected object shape. So that I don't understand too well. Why it matters. A malformed or manipulated Gemini response can be misparsed as a valid result object. Okay. Which undermines the reliability of the fallback behavior and makes prompt injection easier to exploit. Okay, that makes sense now. The score fallback does not handle NAM type of is true for NAM, so the clamp expression returns NAM and the function can return an invalid score. Why it matters. Downstream consumers expect a numeric 1 to 100 score. Returning NAM can break UI rendering, label selection, any of these aggregation logic. So yeah, it's found some really important things. Gave me a prompt for Claude to fix it. So yeah, big up everyone in the stream. Like up the stream. Hit the like button. Thinking give me some suggestions, like basically could do some kind of challenge, like if I get a certain amount of likes. Could do something. I don't even know what. Mostly I'm just like jumping up and down and doing squats and trying to rehab my shoulder, lifting jugs of water. But yeah, I'll think about that. Some kind of challenge. And also too, with the Discord. Go ahead, check out the Discord. If you're a vibe coder, you can post what you're creating on there. You can see things other people created. Also I've got one more, at least for this month. I think it's monthly. I got one more free week for Claude Code, and I'm gonna give that to whoever submits the what I think is the coolest project in Discord this week. So next Monday I will look over all the projects that were submitted since yesterday, and whatever one I think is like the coolest idea, I'll give that person a free week of link to a free week of Claude Code. All right, so made the changes. Says it fixed everything right. So it looks like I can go on to the big connection. Combine steps 8 and 9. Connect the aggregator to the front end. This is the light bulb moment where the mock data from Sprint 2 gets replaced by real AI analyzed sentiment. It's the best part of the stream. All right. I don't know. I think the best part would actually be completing it and trying it out, but we'll see. We'll see if they're right. So build steps 8 and 9. Build steps 8 and 9. I think it's about time to get some movement, my energy up. Yeah. All right. Gemini rate limits. I'm doing a cache so that it will help the minimize the rate limits. Category keyword search. Fear and greed blending. Overall market score. Here we go. Codex audit prompt. And I just remember somebody from the chat earlier was talking about adding in index funds. And I was thinking like, yeah, you know, that's basically just like part of the overall stock market. But I noticed here that it is using specifically searches on index funds from Reddit and News API for for part of its stock data. So it is automatically including index funds sentiment data for part of its stock sentiment data. All right, putting in the prompt for Codex audit. Boom. Awesome. So looking at the comments after this Vibe Code OS operating system. I never thought to do that. Essentially, I don't even know why I would want to do that, but I'm gonna look into it. Comported. Oh, I see. That's a message to. Oh, okay. Saying even with vibe coding, that can be difficult. Yeah, I believe it. That definitely sounds like a difficult project, but um, it's probably possible, just depending on like how good you want an operating system to be. I'm guessing. Um, yeah, that'd be interesting to look into because I don't even know why like what the value to that would be. Like I'm guessing I could just like customize the operating system more, but yeah, there's a lot to look into that. And I've got a whole list of things that I want to do too, so that does not seem to be that high of a priority, but I'm going to look at it right now actually when this is fixing what was found in the audit, which was awesome that no, wow, did not find any medium, even no high, no medium, only found one high risk issue. But so yeah, I don't even have like it's giving me a prompt to tell it to fix the following audit findings in this project. No findings were identified in any of the folders from this step, so I don't even need to do that. The audit found nothing, so there's nothing that Claude needs to fix. Awesome. So now I can move to the next step or steps. What would it be? Just did 8 and 9. Now I got 10. This might be the last step. Just double check. Yep, 8 and 9. Build step 10. I just got a message from one of the commenters. Basically, they're saying that they would like to see me vibe code an operating system. So I never even thought about doing this. The first thing that comes to mind is like, why would I even want to do this? Like, what would be the benefit? And then like, how difficult do you think this would be for like a vibe coding task? And anything else that you think might be valuable for me to know in regards to vibe coding and operating system. So Gemini is telling me that operating system vibe coding is trending right now. So they're talking about there's like two different things. You got a visual operating system, a web-based one. You build a website that looks and feels like Windows or Mac OS. It has a desktop, draggable windows, a file explorer, and apps like like the app I'm creating right now that run inside it. This would be very easy to moderate. Claude Code can do this in about 30 minutes. Then you've got a kernel operating system, like a low level one even. So I guess what they're saying is this would be an example of like the lowest level of like kernel operating system that you could vibe code. Use the AI to write a bootloader. I don't even know what that is. And a kernel in assembly or C, guessing that C drive to actually boot your computer. That sounds way more difficult. Okay. This is extreme difficulty. AI often struggles with the unforgiving nature of hardware. One wrong vibe and the whole thing just crashes with no error message. Why would you even want to do this? The Master Hub, benefit number one. Imagine all my 38 apps all living inside my own personal operating system. Instead of 30 different URLs, you have one desktop where you can open like one app and another one side by side. Okay, but I wanted to vibe code like a hub for all these things anyway, so that's kind of the same thing. Just notice in the comments, the bootloader is what boots the iOS operating. Okay, yep, and then the C is the C drive. Okay, that makes sense definitely. Um, for personal branding would be another reason. This is the ultimate flex, telling your audience, I don't just build apps, I build the systems they run on. That sounds kind of cool. AI orchestration. You can build an operating system that has a global AI assistant built into the taskbar. It could watch what you're doing in all your apps and give you cross-app intelligence. That's kind of cool. The reality check. There was actually a famous project in early 2026 called Vibe OS that went viral. It looked amazing in screenshots. It had a GUI and even a Doom icon. When people actually tried it, it was a bug-filled disaster. The browser didn't browse, the terminal didn't run scripts, and it was mostly just smoke and mirrors. The lesson is that vibe coding is great at UI, the way things look, but struggles with system state, making the file explorer actually know what the text editor is doing. So they suggest if I wanted to do something like that, that I do like a hybrid version. If you want to do this project without spending 4 days debugging a broken kernel, that I should build a web OS as a portfolio for the 30 apps. The look, a high-end translucent Mac OS style desktop built with Next.js and Tailwind v4. The function uses iframes or server components to load your other apps as windows inside that desktop. The vibe, it will look incredibly professional. It's 100% vibe codable, and it provides a central brain for your business automation. Yeah, I think I would rather just like build like a central website hub for everything. I think that would make way more sense from a business perspective, because if I'm trying to monetize this, I think it's like extra work that most people aren't going to want to um like set up a new operating system just to use a website or an app or something. But sounds like a cool project just for like learning new things. So I'll definitely keep it in the back of my mind. All right, so just finished this step. Got the known risks. Loading skeletons are static. No index, no follow. audit prompt. I think this is the last step. Yeah. So I think after this step, I can just like check to make sure the local browser loads up and everything, and go get my API keys, put those in, and it should work. Yeah, I found one medium bug, or I don't know if that's actually a bug or just like an issue. The ticker page validation regex regex man is duplicated locally instead of reusing the same validation source as the API route. Why it matters. Currently matches the API route, but the two implementations can drift on a future edit. Okay, that creates inconsistent behavior where the page may accept a symbol the API rejects or vice versa. Alright, so take this prompt, giving it to Claude, terminal, I'm doing the build to do the fix, and go from there. In the comments saying, isn't that like the default drive for the main storage management system? Not really sure. Talking about like the operating system. Oh, I see in the comments you just saw the YouTube description. I know, man. I'm looking at that because I'm adding the like the next project every day, and I'm like, whoa, this list is getting long. So essentially, that's how it's going to be, I think, until phase 2. And then what I'll do is I'll wire everything together. So instead of just having that list of 30 different apps, it'll just be like probably one hub. And unless I find out that like one particular app like blew up and is like already mass adoption, I'm not checking the analytics every day. So then it would make sense to like sell just like one app like on the marketplace. But yeah, I can like make the description, compact the context on the description and just have it be the link to the central hub. But yeah, it's getting there. 5 more to go. Then I'll know what to do next. Right, we got the yeah, I gave it the audit, did it, said everything is good. So oh yeah, duh, GitHub. I should have been doing that earlier. That's the thing I want to implement on the next build so that it automatically pushes to GitHub. Awesome. So yeah, I'm going to do a manual today. Create a new repository, get the URL, have it set it up. This one is named Market Mood. Market sentiment indicator for stocks, crypto, and more. All right. Create repository. Copy the URL. Get a prompt. I just created a new repository in GitHub for this project. I'm going to paste the URL here, and I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code to start the GitHub process. The ghetto process? No, the GitHub process. Go. So I have a question about like GitHub and Vercel. So usually what I'm doing is like I don't create Vercel until everything's already done because for the environment variables I need to put in the API keys. And I'm doing like mock build and I'm doing the API keys last. But I'm starting to get some advice from people that like from the start of the project I should have GitHub and Vercel both linked and then both like automatically, refresh or send like every like step or couple steps of the build. So essentially, let me know what you think about doing this. Is this something where I should just do that and then like wait till after at the end and then put in the API keys? Or does it not matter and it's like easier for the process just to wait for Vercel at the end and then put in the API keys like when I'm setting up the project in Vercel? It's a classic debate in the dev world, build and deploy versus continuous deployment. Speed and vibe are everything for what I'm doing right now. Here's the breakdown of why people are giving you the advice and how to handle it without getting stuck in build, fail, place I don't want to be. So the advice to link GitHub and Vercel immediately is actually very solid, but I have to do it right. If I link them and push code that requires an API key, your Vercel build will fail every time you push until you add that key. That's the main thing I wanted to know. So that won't work until I put in the API keys. So saying use mock mode by default in the code, add a simple check so the app doesn't crash if the key is missing. By linking now, you can see how the Tailwind version 4 styles look on the real mobile phone or tablet via the Vercel preview link. How to handle the API keys the efficient way. You don't have to wait till the end to put the keys in. You can actually do it in 30 seconds using the Vercel CLI right in your Claude Code terminal. Okay, that just means I have to get the API keys ready from the start. Also, I think I would have to put in a CLI for Git and Vercel. And that would make it easier. So each time I go to Vercel, then I don't have to like manually put in those keys. That's good to know. One major warning, since you're on your latest tech, remember this, Vercel builds are static by default. If your code tries to fetch market sentiment during the build process to make the page fast, and the API key isn't there yet, the build will break. So always mark your sentiment routes as dynamic. This tells Vercel don't try to run the code during the build, wait until a real person visits the site. Okay, yeah, so it's definitely saying like I could do it like that from the beginning. It's probably better professionally, but I have to be more careful for problems. So anyways, the build is done according to the original plan. I'm about to try it for the first time in the browser on the local host. See what I got. I don't know if this is like just mock data. Search a ticker. Oh yeah, it's not showing up any data, so that just must be like with no data automatically is on neutral 50. Okay, I understand. So I guess now all I gotta do is put in the API keys. Oh yeah, I also want to tell it the subtitle. It's market mood. Investing intuition powered by AI. Can you write the subtitle next to the title and center it on the site? The subtitle is Investing intuition powered by AI. It's telling me there's no code or site built yet. But before that, it wasn't telling me that. Like I was just able to go back into plan mode and like add stuff and everything. I'm gonna tell it like, yeah, there is. See if it does anything. I already built each step of the plan in the terminal. So far, I just checked the local browser to see the site for the first time and wanted to make that change. Can you make that change? Change. Definitely acts different certain days, but it's probably something I told it that I don't understand to why it's doing that to where it wasn't doing that before. So yeah, right now it says it did it. I'm gonna refresh. No, it didn't do it. That's weird. Yeah, before I could totally vibe it through here and it was like no problem. I just refreshed the local host and I do not see the subtitle next to the title, nor is it centered. Before I was able to do a build in the terminal and then come back here into plan mode and then make changes. But it seems like today you're not realizing that the build is already done and you're not being able to make the changes. Could you help me understand this? Water. That is weird. It's like, yeah, we made the change. Should be there. Oh, it said make sure on localhost 3000 and it's 3003, so let's see. Yeah. Wait. No, 3000 is a different project from like 2 days ago. What? That must be where it's weird. And then 3003 is the right one. Okay. Okay, there's definitely some confusion here in regards to the local host. So I just went to localhost 3000 and then a project from a few days ago popped up and I'm on localhost 3003 for the current project and the changes haven't been made. I want to understand why it is not Why is this not working? Yes. Oh. Oh, it probably did, but it didn't do it at the top. Okay. Yeah. That was just me looking in the wrong place. I wanted it to do... Okay. Alright, that was my error. Okay. Alright, now I see the problem. I'm looking at the very top where it says market mood. And I was talking about to add the subtitle there and then center that. So it looks like underneath that is where you added the title and the subtitle, but that's like a duplicate. So go ahead and erase the duplicate and then just center and add the subtitle to the very top where it says market mood and the title's already there. Anyway, man, that was like, why is this not working, right? I'm like laughing at myself right now, like, okay, it added that in now, so you can see it did the right thing, but it didn't center it, I think. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That helps. Okay. Now what I want you to do is to change the placement of the search ticker. I think that should be underneath the title, but above the speedometer for the overall market. Market. Yeah, definitely make stupid mistakes. Starting to get hungry. And man. Well, I figured it out. There was like user error. Okay, so back to where I gotta put in those APIs, that's right. Okay. Also, it'll look way better if it centers that title. Last thing before the API, center the title. Go ahead and center the title and subtitle at the top. There we go. Right. Awesome. So I got on the browser. So I'm going to check for the different API keys. Whoa. Yeah, there's 6 of them. All right. I'm going to run these by Gemini because I think I forgot to make sure that they're all free versions of these API keys. And I'm going to have it also explain to me where to get each one. This is the part of the process that I feel like is the least fun, is dealing with API keys. But it's like one of the most important things, so gotta do it. Alright, now it's time for me to get and add the API keys. Essentially, there's 6 different API keys that they need. The Gemini API key, the FinHub API key, News API key, Reddit client ID, Reddit client secret, and Rapid API key. So one thing I forgot to do, I think, is to mention at the beginning of the project that all these are supposed to be free API keys. So basically, what I want you to do is to make sure that there's free versions for each of these API keys. And if there are, just let me know where to get the free versions for each one of these APIs. Good news, yes, all 6 of these have solid free tiers. Awesome, then they're providing me links for each one. And I already know for some, the main one is going to be Gemini, and I got to use a different one. So I'm going to go into different email for the Gemini. Right, here's that. Double checking I'm on the browser, and FinHub, got that one. News API key. That one's new. I've never done a news API before. Developer tier. Just gotta create an account. Gotta tell them I'm an individual, not a business, or else they're gonna charge me. Which this isn't a business yet, so it's not monetized, so that is the truth. Got my API key there. And so far so good. Flowing pretty smooth, a lot easier than has been in the past. I think just because I've done this so many times now. Alright, Reddit client. Need to create an app in the Reddit settings to get these. Right when I said it was easy. Okay, log in with Google. Create that new Reddit account, and now, yeah, I gotta find what this API is. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I said it was easy, then the next one was not. But that's how it goes. Alright, trying to act like I know what the future is gonna be and how things are gonna play out. So, do the last one, the Rapid API, and then I'll go back to why I can't find the Reddit. Oh yeah, I've been on Rapid before. I think they're saying get a master, the freemium. Alright, so I don't know which one to do for Rapid API or Reddit. For Reddit, it's a two-part process. You go to the apps page, click create another app. Oh, okay. Select script and give it a name like Market Mood Dev. It says a URL is required. I don't have one yet. Alright, got all the API keys except for the Reddit client ID and the Reddit client secret and the Rapid API key. So with Reddit, I already went and create a new application. I hit script, I put in a name and a description, but I do not have a redirect URI. I think they mean URL maybe. But yeah, it says a URL is required, and I do not have one yet. So let me know what to do on that. Also with for Rapid API, like that's a big marketplace with a bunch of different APIs, and I'm not exactly sure like which API you want me to use. I'm almost there. The redirect URI puzzle for Reddit. When you're creating a script type app, Reddit doesn't actually use the redirect URL for anything, but they still require it to be there to save the form. What to enter? Just type localhost. Okay. It's just a placeholder. So hopefully it works. In order to create an application or use our API, you can read our full policies here. Yeah, I hit create app and it's making it more difficult every step with this one. All right. All right, I'll do the Rapid API one and then go on to get more help for the Reddit one. Oh, I get it. So the way Rapid API works is you just subscribe to different APIs and then it gives you one key that will use all of them. So I think I'm already subscribed to one on Rapid, so I'm about to subscribe to two more. One should be coin score, one should be stock twits. There it is in finance. Just gotta subscribe. Doesn't give me an option to subscribe, just shows the API key. So yeah, I'm just gonna use this one. I got one for stocks and crypto. That is weird. It's like not giving me access to the full thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, so with Rapid API, basically I didn't see anything about like any button to subscribe. I just went to stock twits and it just showed the API key for that. So yeah, I don't see what you're saying where I can like subscribe and then it just like gives me one key for every subscription, because I know I subscribed to or at least got an API key from Rapid API in the past for a different project with a different source. But essentially, I've only got one Rapid API key like slot that I can put an API key in the env local file. So let me know if you think I should just like do another Rapid API key entry and then put in the second API that I get for the coin score. Also with the Reddit, I ran into a problem there. Essentially, like I gave it, you know, that local host address, and I hit create the app, and it gave me an error message that I'm about to paste here. Or I think it's an error message. Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, this is a good idea for a build today. But when I saw it was like 6 different API keys, I was like, oh man. Like, no. Dude, that would be actually a good thing to build. I feel like somebody could build something that could like make this API key process like way easier. Just with coding for like a coding product, like I would pay for that. Like, so I'm building every day and I'm dealing with these different API keys every day. If there was some system that made it so much easier that you didn't have to like manually like find these API keys and put them in, man, that would be money. Okay, yeah, Reddit made it more difficult to self-serve new API keys to prevent AI scraping. Because I used that local host thing like they told me to, it triggered their automatic security filter. Said try a different domain that I own. So that's what I'm going to do. Hopefully it doesn't affect how the API works. No, same error message. Okay, so back to the Rapid API, they're telling me I need to, there's not a subscribe button, but a select plan, even if it's a $0. Yeah, man. Yeah, Javi, I'm still at it. Respect every time. No, I do sleep. I've just been not getting as much since I found this vibe coding stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely definitely lacking some sleep. Well, not right now, but I was yesterday, and I fixed that last night. But yeah, hopefully I can get this done soon and get back on a better schedule. But I'm looking at what I'm building every day, and I'm like, you know what? It's all right to be kind of tired to be learning all this. Like, this is so valuable. Just these API keys, man, it's slowing me down right now, but I'm getting it. And learning about how the Reddit API keys are not so easy to get. Probably if I already had like a Reddit account set up, but I don't. I never like sign into Reddit when I go on it. And they become much more strict probably since vibe coding. Um, must also register to use the API. Maybe I didn't do that. Yeah, there's nothing on Rapid API about even getting a subscription to this. But yeah, I know Gemini's like doesn't see the current state of the internet, so they probably made changes before they understood this. So maybe I should even be asking Claude Code, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go to plan mode and try this. Um Reddit's probably, in my opinion, like the most like least trustable source for sentiment anyway, so like anyone can just go on there and say anything. I guess that's kind of anything else too, but anyways, it's gonna have to probably be without Reddit for right now. All right, yeah, so Reddit's definitely not even letting me use my own personal URL that I own. It's still sending me that same error message, and I'm having a really difficult time figuring this out, the API key for Reddit. Essentially, in Rapid, I do not see anything what you're talking about in regards to like you're saying like I can like basically like select a plan. Yeah, there's nothing on there that I see about selecting a plan. So you must have an outdated look at like how these APIs are generated. But just to like keep the flow going and get this working for right now, um what do you think is the best thing to do? Just use the one Rapid API key and then delete the Reddit client secret and Reddit client ID from the env local file, and then tell Claude Code the changes that I made. Or if you have a better idea, let me know. Definitely my least favorite part, but it's not that bad. So yeah, looking at the comments, that's Javi too. Up 20 hours a day or so because the time is now. Yeah, it is. I totally feel like the sooner I learn this, the better. Um, but plus, I just really like doing it too. So the sooner we know all of this, the better. Exact same mindset. That's awesome. Lots to learn. Looks good so far. OpenAI AI just made some updates to Codex. Yup. Um, was watching the video and learning. Also, a lot of new connectors for Claude along with the skills. Good to see so many constant updates. Yep. Yeah, it's like never ending. Like every day I'm finding like 10 new things that I can like implement that are awesome. And like in one way I feel behind, but another way I feel like I'm like, I mean, just looking at what I understood a month ago, I'm like way ahead and feel way smarter. So yeah, back to Google. Let's pivot to a lean sentiment engine that actually works. Clean the environment. Delete the Reddit client ID and Reddit client secret. Consolidate the Rapid API key. Keep your one key. Saying you don't need to get more keys, you just need to subscribe to the APIs you want. All right, then I'll try that one time. You said go to coin. What is it? Coin score. See, oh, there is no coin score. That one doesn't exist anyway. That makes it easier. All right. So I'm solving this right now. All right, and then I got a prompt saying I'm pivoting away from Reddit API. Please update the project plan and the aggregator logic to prioritize stock twits via Rapid API as our primary social sentiment source. So they were trying to make Reddit the primary one. Yeah, I'm kind of glad it worked out this way. I still want to use Reddit, but not make it the primary for the score. Okay, now I can go back to the code because I'm not showing the API keys anymore. I'm giving this prompt to make the changes based on that I couldn't find the Reddit API. So it's got to like rewire how it's working, but that's no big deal. That was the only really problem. Really, everything flowed really smooth except for the API part, and maybe it all worked out better that way. Sometimes even the bad things end up just got to be given thanks that I learned from this problem and that I didn't even like how it was anyway. That Reddit was the main like weighted source of information. So I'll figure out how to get on Reddit later. This one I see like a lot of potential to upgrade it and everything. Even if people don't use it, even if it's just for myself. So like yeah, this one I thought would be like super simple, but I'm seeing like way more potential, maybe even more than any other app. I don't know about that, but either way, cheers with water to that. But I still got Gemini, FinHub, News API, and Rapid API. Maybe not News API. Yeah, I did. Yep. Okay. Put it in my bookmark bar. Got like Like half of the URLs, addresses in my bookmark are now like API providers. Good thing I have this is like a separate Google account just for this business. Yeah, I would highly advise if you're doing this and you plan to find, if you're building stuff and you're planning on making, monetizing it to make money for it, I would highly advise is to like start a brand new Google account. You don't even have to pay for the Google Business, which is basically the main upside of that is you'll get like a unique URL. Yeah, I would definitely recommend doing that later once you start making money, but from the start, just create the free Google account for your new business and like keep everything there so it's separate from everything else you're doing. Okay, looking at changes complete. Awesome. New weight system. That one looks better. So I have no idea what StockTwits is, so guess I'm about to find out. 0 Reddit references. Updated the plan MD. Alright, so now time to see what I can see. And hopefully it works. I can try it out. See in the comments, Javi's talking about, oh no, what's wrong, man? What's the problem? StockTwits is for retail level sentiment. Um, I mean, like retail's like I'm a retail investor, not and then institutions like the bank and stuff. So I'm guessing there might be different sources for institutional sentiment and retail level. But I guess I mean this app is designed for beginner investors, which would be retail. So localhost 3000. Hopefully doesn't send me back to that old one. Nope. Awesome. Yep, it already updated. Okay, so it's working. It's not on 50 anymore. Oh, wait. Stocks and gold are both on 50. Unless that's where it's supposed to be, but I don't think so. Overall market mood. It's like maybe it's only getting like crypto info right now. Yeah, that's one thing I did not check that StockTwits. I should have checked that because I gave it a super high rating. That's a good idea. I'm just going to check that real quick. World's largest social media platform for investors. Um, Can't track the market, so I want to see the sentiment. Okay. Explore the sentiment. See where it's getting its info. View the top symbols with the most trending streams. Check back every 5 minutes for updates. Oh, and then you can do it for like trending, bullish or bearish. But it's not saying. Like I'm looking at most bullish. And clicking Groupon. Groupon. Groupon's down. Does anybody use Groupon? I use it maybe like once a year or something. But the company's active customers were 16.2 million as of 2025. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing where this StockTwits is getting its info from. Oh, I see what you're saying. A lot of people seem to think it's manipulated by bots. That's very, very possible. But you think it's manipulated because that site still moves the market, so whales do watch it. That's interesting. That like whales should know that, if anybody, that it's manipulated, but they still use it. I'm actually gonna ask Gemini about this. See what it can find. Look up StockTwits and let me know what you can find. Do some research. Someone in the comments is telling me that it's not a very good source of information because it's probably manipulated by bots. I went on StockTwits and like I saw like their kind of like leaderboards of like, you know, like ones that were bullish and bearish, and you could like update it, but I wasn't finding like, you know, where they're actually getting their information in regards to sentiment. So this is new to me. I just want to have a better understanding of how reliable it is, especially since this has got the highest score in regards to like the weight it has for making the overall score based on sentiment. So yeah, says the commenter is right to be skeptical. The world of finance is often called the Wild West of sentiment. Here's a deep dive into how it works, why it's risky, and how you can vibe code around the noise to make it reliable for market mood. Awesome. Yeah, respecting the comments. I had no idea. I probably wouldn't even have checked it out because I'm so close to the end of the build. And I know like all those other APIs too, except for this one. So StockTwits doesn't just guess how people feel. I should have known with that name too. Like, whoever come up with that name, man, how can you trust? But like, it uses a mix of user labeling and AI analysis. Um, so I'm like doing an analysis on their analysis. The bull bear toggle. When a user posts a twit, they can manually toggle a bullish or bearish button. So this is just random people like, wow. StockTwits aggregates these to create the gauge you saw. They have a professional grade metric called the S score. It means the intensity of the conversation. Suddenly, 1,000 people start screaming about Apple in 10 minutes. The S score spikes. But like this could easily be bots manipulating it. I see what you're saying. The cache tag tracking, everything is organized by cache tags. This makes it much cleaner than Reddit for coding project because the data is already categorized by ticker. So is it bot manipulated? Yes, absolutely. I could see, yeah, as somebody, as a retail investor who understands that the institutional investors are always trying to trick the retail investors, that would make so much sense for the institutional investors to create bots to go and try to trick people in this way. Um, StockTwits is a prime target for pumps and dumps like penny stocks. Okay, that's not something I need to consider here. Sentiment spam. Bots will post bullish labels with zero text just to move the needle on the sentiment gauge. I bet every company out there is trying to like manipulate their, oh man. Because it's a social network for traders, the sentiment is almost always biased towards bullish. Okay, so this is going to be way heavier leaning bullish probably for like all the sentiment. If you give stock twits the highest weight, your app might fall for bot hype. To make market mood actually smart, you should use the triangulation strategy. Don't just look at the bullish percent, look at message volume. If sentiment is 99% bullish, but volume is 5%, 500% higher than normal, that's a hype warning, not a buy signal. Instead of just taking the stock twit score, feed the actual text of the top 20 twits into your Gemini API. Ask Gemini, are these posts providing actual analysis, or are they just bot-like spam? Gemini is incredibly good at spotting bot vibes. That's good to know. The weighted pivot changes so stock twits is 30%, news API is 50, and fear and greed is 20. So instead of just trusting their bullish meter, we're going to use Gemini as a filter to read the messages and tell us if the sentiment is real or probably hype. That's awesome that I can do that in the programming. Respect, yeah. Yep, I'm glad I looked into this. Okay, so can you give me a prompt that I can give to Claude Code that can like set the new weighted pivot and also explain how to essentially like use Gemini as a filter to understand better if the sentiment's real or just hype? And anything else you could think to add that would be important in regards to this issue. Always finding a way around things with this vibe coding. It's like I've hit so many walls that at first it's like, okay, what do I do? And then I just go into the LLM and I kind of vibe on like what could be a solution to this that I never thought of, and I usually like almost always find something. I'm going to turn Gemini into a social media filter. Awesome. All right, back to the code. And then I just got to understand why the stocks and the gold is at 50 neutral. I'm thinking maybe there's... It still says real-time sentiment from Reddit, but Reddit's not on there. All right. Time to sit down. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, essentially, I'm building the market mood sentiment indicator As far as I know, this is a very unique sentiment indicator, and this is kind of like the first phase of it. I'm too tired and hungry to add the like second part where it right now what it's doing is basically like tracking sentiment across different sources and using AI to like analyze it and give it a score. But what I want to add on in the future, maybe even if people don't use it, maybe just for myself, I want to add on something to where it actually checks out the score and then what happens over like the next week in prices. And if it's right, then essentially to look at like what sources were right, what sources were wrong, give a higher weight to the ones that were right, lower weight to the ones that were wrong, and it'll automatically, correct itself over time and fine tune itself so it's like dialed in to like actually what the sentiment actually is. Because there's so many different sources for sentiment. Sentiment is basically like people guessing on like what the market's gonna do. Um, it'll help to get like, it can help especially for beginners to get an overall idea. Me myself, I don't really like look into sentiment that much, but I would now in the future if I did have a tool that could, that I know is like adjusting over time to get better. But yeah, it's very big for beginners. Especially because they're gonna be like more looking to buy and hold long term. But I can tell right now like sentiment is not good because war is like the main thing when it comes to sentiment that can make it go bad. And war is just starting, and it's still in a phase where it's like not only war but like uncertainty. So there's a lot of war and uncertainty right now, and I think the market's just kind of like playing it off like yeah it's bad but we don't know how bad it is. So it's like depending on how this all plays out, I think the sentiment's gonna catch up with what actually happens in the world. Yeah, so definitely I see in the comments like that was something I was doing just typing all the time um with AI, and now that I got the talking to AI down, oh man, it's like my production speed is like way up, way up. Okay, we got this. Everything's changed and made it better. I'm gonna check it out again. Did make a change. Crypto went up a little bit, but golden stocks are neutral. I'm thinking that's something where it's not working right. Okay. Plus, I feel like it's supposed to show like thought I had it so it shows some kind of like printed analysis. All right, so let's see, back to Claude. As far as like Polymarket and Kelshi, I do have API keys for both of those. And I was just going on the suggestions I got from Claude Code, but now I understand like the potential of this tool a lot better, and I want to definitely make it better. It's definitely like I think it's working right now pretty good. I just want to check on those two scores, and then I want to like check like an Apple or something. But yeah, in the future, I think I want to add like as many different sentiment sources as possible. And considering that I have like at least five different finance API keys. Yeah, they're all in the free tier, but I should just add all of them. So it's just like just as many sources as possible and figure out hopefully like the Reddit thing. Yeah, right now I'm looking at stocks and gold. Not really sure it's working. Okay, so now I'm seeing a sentiment score as 40 for crypto. Stocks and gold are both 50. And I noticed before I put the API keys in that it was automatically set to 50. So I'm wondering if that is accurate, that stocks and gold are both actually reading the sentiment level to be 50, or if there is some problem that it's not getting or able to generate a API information for the score. Good catch. 50 is the fallback score when a source returns no data or fails. Gotta check the API routes and server logs to see what's going on. All right. I feel like this should be an easy fix because they can just check to make sure that it's working. And it's possible they're both at 50. I just find that hard to believe. Oh, the StockTwits API is broken. That's funny. They think there's some problem with the news API. Yep, there's a problem with news API return a score of 50 because it doesn't have unable to determine. Gemini got the articles but returned the fallback. Says StockTwits is completely missing the API key, so definitely put it in, but not sure why that would be. Fear and greed is showing up even for non-crypto tickers. That's a bug. Okay, so I found a bug already. Awesome. Problem is the aggregator always fetches fear and greed for every ticker, not just crypto. And since StockTwits is dead, only news API and fear and greed remain. Let me also check why Gemini returned fallback for news API, even though the API returned real articles. Gemini is failing to analyze them. Likely a Gemini API error. And I just created that new API key for Gemini, so that is strange. There it is. Gemini has been depreciated, removed from the API. It's returning a 404. That's why every Gemini call falls back. Update the Gemini model to one that exists. Fix the aggregator so fear and greed only appears for crypto tickers. You can also find a valid StockTwits endpoint since Rapid API one is dead. Wow, a ton of problems. But it found them real quick. That's awesome. The main one being the bug with the fear and greed. And that was not just crypto, that was applying it to everything. StockTwits has a free public API. No rapid API needed. Awesome. No API key required. So that was all unnecessary, but it's all good. Now I know. I'm even going to ask it now to do a search when it's done with this and be like, hey, can you find any more APIs that are free and don't require a key that would add value to this? But yeah, this is huge. Build is clean. They fixed it so Gemini is switched to the newer model. StockTwits Rapid API endpoint is dead. They fixed it so it switched to the free public API that I wish they would have known about in the beginning, but it's all good. Fear and greed was being fetched for all tickers instead of only crypto. The old cache results a score 50. Awesome. Coffee time. Yeah, I would definitely drink some coffee if I wasn't going to go to sleep soon. But, let's try this again. Go back to the browser. Changed. Still showing stocks and gold at 50. So something's up. Yes, I definitely feel like AI makes me smarter. AI makes me like I'm just processing information way faster than ever before. Um, just learning way more than ever before. Uh, wow, it's like kind of reminds me of chess. Like when I started like playing chess, like just changed my thinking and started getting better at chess, and it just like made me smarter. And yeah, really, really, like an unexpected benefit to all this. Oh man, I find myself going out in public now and just seeing things that I like have been doing on a daily basis that seems so um like now that I'm used to like making everything like faster and finding ways to like speed everything up. And I'm like, dude, why are we still doing this as a society? Like this is so slow. And it was something that I didn't even think about like, a year ago. But now it's like I go out and I'm like, dude, everything is backwards. Everything is so slow. This could be so much faster, so much easier. And like I was trying to explain to people like the auto checkout thing at the grocery store, how like I'm like, you guys, this is so slow. You could make this so much better. And they're like, yeah, we don't really care. I'm like, yeah, but your customers probably do. Like, it would be so easy. And they're like, yeah, we don't care. I'm like, dude, why do I even go out? I could just like make a program on AI to like go like get my groceries for me every time I'm like running out. Like, I don't even need to go there anymore. They don't even care anyway. Like, but yeah, the future is gonna be crazy. Like everything can be like AIified and like made way simpler and way easier. Society's just not catching up yet. But yeah, man, tons of new changes in the world. Technology is definitely awesome. Okay, back to fixing this. So, all right, so now the crypto score changed, but the stocks and gold is still stuck on 50. So I'm thinking there must still be some kind of problem. Not sure what it is, but go ahead and figure out if you can find it. Looking back at the comments, respect. Good to see new people. The whiteboard is nice. Yeah, respect. Definitely work in progress. I got right. Oh, this side. This side behind me is like the system I've been building since like day one that I've been updating. That's like the process of how I'm like making each app and doing it like in a business process. And up here we've got just like information that I like write down. That's like the main like problem and solution for each app. And then the name, super easy to just like turn around. Building so many apps, some days I just forget the name of the app. Super easy to turn around and reference that stuff. Then I just got like like always like comment, subscribe, join Discord and give thanks. Just like stuff a lot of YouTubers say all the time, and I figure like instead of saying it all the time, I would just put it up here. AI runs I, or I run AI. AI doesn't run I. That's just some saying I came up with based on another saying that I liked, because AI is always trying to like take my vision and turn it to its own vision and like direct me down some path I don't want to go. So I got to remember to like manage AI and not let it manage me or I. And yeah, just notes that I remember, and then over time like they become like ingrained in my brain, and then I can like erase them and add up something else. But yeah, it's and then notes that I take kind of at the bottom each stream. I'm getting so many more notes every stream. Awesome stuff to implement. And yeah, good morning. Good morning to you. It must be morning where you are. It's like middle night over here, and trying to do a better job of waking up earlier in the morning. But yeah, I'm so addicted to vibe coding that it's been taken away on my sleep. But I slept good last night, so um I'll get it figured out. And I think I learned from doing this challenge so far that like these first 30 days I'm just like working till the app is done. And I noticed like 4 to 5 hours kinds of be like my limit where I need to like then stop and take a break and get some food and stuff. So in the future I can just like work in like you know, more like chunks instead of having to work till the app is done. But it's totally worth it. Learned a ton. I mean, I go through like, man, some of these sessions are like, I think the longest I did was like 7 hours, and I was done, and I looked at the time and I was like, no way, that felt like 2 hours and it was like seven. But yeah, good to see you here every time. um Javi's talking about wait until the multi agents pick up. You could have multiple agents helping you at once with this current project. Pick another stock to see if the sentiment moves. Yes, like I definitely see that on my radar of like what's possible with the multiple agents. And there's so much more to do with this, even though like I've come so far, like still so far to go. All right, so telling me the Gemini free tier is completely exhausted. I just got the brand new Gemini API right for this build, but I checked it so many times that would make sense. Um, yeah, some of these are just not going to work that well until I monetize them and get the paid tier APIs in, especially for the AI. It seems like the AI has like the lowest free tier rate. So yeah, just know if you're using one of the links that has like any kind of like AI feature to it, that you might have to wait like a couple hours or something before it'll work because it has to refresh the free tier. But I mean, these are all free right now, and until they're paid, I don't want to put a paid API in them. I'm still learning, and I was advised not to do that. So here's what's happening. Crypto shows a different score because the fear and greed doesn't use Gemini. Oh, okay. So say just wait for the Gemini or do a paid tier. Essentially, yeah, I'm gonna have it check to see if there's any more free APIs that it could use. Can you check to see if there's any more free APIs that you could use or any more sources that would help give a more diverse view on sentiment? And I'm wondering if I even need Gemini right now. I feel like I don't. I feel like I could like have them turn off Gemini for now and it could just like do its own math to like calculate a score. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see if it can do that. And then I'll just like implement the paid API. Whoa, yeah, it's looking through a bunch. Yeah, that would help a ton. And then I can like turn off Gemini and just have it do like some like math or something. That would be awesome. Oh, thanks Freedom for the compliment on the app. Yeah, I think it's really cool right now, and I have ideas to make it like way cooler in the future. So, what do I think about AI theory and where did AI come from? I never really thought about that before. I guess what is AI theory? I'm not even. Somebody in the comments is asking me what I think about AI theory and where did AI come from. So essentially, I don't even know what AI theory is, and I don't really know where it came from. So let me know what you think. I'm just asking Gemini right now. Um, Information theory. Your theory is AI existed before humans. We just tuned into the AI that already existed. Yeah, there's I think that's very possible. I think a lot of things with like consciousness is like this could have like existed even like ancient humans, like even maybe it wasn't even before humans, but like maybe the ancient Egyptians already had it, and like then they were just conquered by another different people that like thought it was like bad and they destroyed it and tried to delete every trace of it, but it existed in like the overall consciousness of the world, and then some really smart person just like, meditated and tuned into that. But yeah, there's so much potential, like so much is possible. All right, we got there's the most impactful additions to your app. Oh yeah, I was wondering about the AI theory. AI theory is basically a set of rules and logic that ask, can a machine think and how would we prove it? It's the science of ghosts in the machine. The early theory that if you give a computer enough if-then rules, it will eventually become smart. This failed for complex things like human speech, neural networks, the vibe area. The theory that we should build computers like human brains using neurons or nodes. This is what powers the Gemini API you're using right now. It learns patterns, it vibes out the answer. Okay. And then I was just listening to something today, and this guy was like, some like doctor was talking about how like they're already using AI to fix people's eyesight. Like people who have been blind, like they can put a chip in their eye and it learns to like read and like send it to their brain. And they're experimenting with like putting like AI chips in people's brain that will essentially, because your brain and body run on electricity, so essentially like it could just power an AI chip to like have your brain be a computer. Because then it's like the guy was like, well, yeah, I mean, like your brains are basically running like a computer does anyway. So like it could just be an operating system, and then that goes into maybe our brains are like wired the same way like an operating system is, or it could be the other way around. And that's like another level. Like all this is like man, so much is possible. So much like really like this could go back so far and like we would never know, and it's just like only new to us, but it's already existed. And Grokopedia information theory, I should look into that. I never really look at Grok stuff. I don't go on X that much. But yeah, so much to this. I don't know if I'd ever want to put a chip in my brain though. Like I'd be like, no, I'll just go on the internet and look it up. What I think would be cool though is like I think the trend is going to be for technology that it's going to change from everyone carrying around phones to basically like the like AI glasses, to where like everything in your phone is in your glasses, and you can just like talk and it'll like show up like a hologram in front of you that you can see through your glasses. And I think that you can just ask your glasses, like just talk. Like I already got the Meta Ray-Bans, and like those are kind of like like the only kind of AI features you can look at something and be like, what am I looking at? And it's not even very good at that. Like I'll look at like a huge landmark, and then they'll be like, you're looking at an elm tree, and I'm like, no, behind the tree, and they're like, you're looking at a tree, and it's like, no, like, so yeah, it doesn't really do that well. But I can tell in the future, like I think that's gonna switch. And I was telling people that, and people are like, I'll always use my phone. What are you talking about? I'm never gonna wear glasses. I'll always use my phone. And I'm like, bet you people who were using Blackberries said that they would always, or even pagers, like they had no idea. If you would explain to someone in the pager era that like everyone was gonna be walking around with like cell phones with computers on it, they'd have been like, yeah, right. That's too crazy. I'll just keep using my pager. I don't want people to call me at any time. Like, but yeah, so much technology. Okay. Yes, I want them to implement those. Yes, please implement both of those. That's crazy too. Talking about Grok. Like I've never used Grok before, and we just spoke of it, and then I looked over to the recommendation, and they're saying switch from Gemini to Grok. Grok has same prompt structure, just a different SDK for more requests per day. And I just hopefully Grok is I don't need the actual API key because I just have to learn how to do that. But yeah, it's no big deal. I just need to want to get this done soon. Get some food and the rest. Oh, awesome! It's installing the Grok SDK. So I think that means I don't have to get. Well, I'm about to try what Grok does for the first time. See, and it asked me which one I wanted to use, and I said Gemini. I should have said, no, give me some suggestions. But really what I find is like it's best to like let it do the build and just make sure it has my main kind of like my vision and that it gets my vision right, and then there's always going to be some problems. Hopefully I catch most of them doing my process more professionally. I definitely see that I'm catching way more bugs than when I was just having it create everything in like one step and not doing auditing till the end and having like the same Claude do the build and the audit. It's helping a lot to have Codex like be a like independent source to check for errors. Is finding a ton, and wow, just learning so much new every day. And like I really like doing like these different projects because it teaches me so much to try something new. And usually, like I thought the most difficult part would be like having the LLM, but really it's more about like getting the sources so that they're dialed into what's more important and what's not. But yeah, this project is definitely like one that out of all of them that I see myself wanting to use and like make it better over time. Yeah, 100 messages today. That's awesome. Okay, so rewrite the aggregator to use FinHub plus Grok. Oh, I'm not even on the code. There we go. So I've not tried the ticker search yet. I've still got an issue with the the stocks and the gold. Only crypto is working. Stocks and the gold because must have already ran through the free API usage for Gemini just from refreshing it a few times, and they were saying that Gemini was broken, so couldn't get these. So now it's updating to replace Gemini with Grok, and it has um, way more searches on the free tier. So yeah, once I get these, then I'll check the search ticker to make sure that's working. And if it is, then I'm guessing that's going to be like the app is made. There's still stuff I want to add to it, but I can do that later. Um, for the main part of what I want it to do and solving the main problem, it'll do that. Build is clean. Go back to the code. And Gemini is the AI backbone. Now exposes sentiment score derived from FinHub's built-in bullish percent. No AI call needed. Added more sources. I guess it's not using Grok then. Okay. News API and stock tweets analyzed by Grok. Oh, okay. It just doesn't analyze FinHub. Of course, from Grok instead of Gemini. You need a Grok API key. Damn. Okay, console.grok.com. There we go. API keys. Gotta log in, continue with Google. Hopefully that makes it easy. Yep, do it with this ABI, automated business. Innovations account. Yeah, I have a LLC called Automated Business Innovations, and that's basically like where this business lives is going to be Automated Business Innovations. The finance one starts generating money, then I'll create a separate LLC for that and keep like Automated Business Innovations as like a shell company, and then like every company that I create with vibe coding will be a separate company under the Automated Business Innovations shell company. All right, so got into Grok. I just got to get the API key. Create API key. Display name. What is this one? Market mood. No expiration. Awesome, got it. That was quick. Grok is easier than some to get the API. So yeah, I just gotta go back to the browser. Hopefully it updated the env local for that. Yeah, it did. Awesome. It's on point. Went from 6 API keys to 3. There we go. I guess it's not even using that Gemini anymore. That's cool. And this is another. So I was like asking you before about like, you know, using Vercel at the beginning. It's like, oh yeah, just get all your API keys from the start. Give it to Vercel when you start the project. But now I realize like this can change. Like this is not the first project where I've had to like troubleshoot and change around the APIs. So yeah, I think better to do Vercel. If you're like working on something new and you're not sure how the APIs are gonna go, it's probably better to wait till it's done before you put the APIs into Vercel. Okay, so that's that. It's saved. Go back to PlanMD and just put npm run dev. And it should work now. Once Claude is done. Here we go, 3000. It's updating right now. It's taking a long time to update. I don't like that. Let's just try this. Well, that's quick. So I can look up a ticker and it moves real quick. So yeah, the ticker search does work and it's giving me a score. And from what I know about Apple, that definitely seems very accurate. I would say that's probably pretty much right on point. Let me try some of the ones that I've been buying recently. Wish the ticker would still pop up after I search so I could search more without going back. Let's see. I'm buying Coinbase, right? Hopefully what was the bottom and it doesn't go back down lower, but if it does, that's cool. It's taking a long time for Coinbase. That would make sense. It's like a older stock or newer stock. Try a junk stock. Got any suggestions? I don't really know too many junk stocks, I guess. But even like Coinbase is not really showing up. So that must be an error. Even yeah, there's got to be some error with with these gauges, but the ticker is like the only thing that works now. Let me try Nike. I'm buying a lot of Nike. Not even Nike's working. Wow. TTD. I'm guessing it's not going to work, but I'll try it. Yep, so Apple's the only one that's working. Sometimes this happens where it only wires it, so like it can use Apple until I tell it to. Okay, so I'm gonna go back into the Vibin fixes. Let's go back to the code. All right, so the speedometer gauges are not uploading. All I see is the ticker search, and then there's like a circle spinning that lets me know that it's like, you know, thinking or something, and it just stays like that. I've had it up for like maybe 2 minutes now, and it's still doing that. When I searched for Apple, it showed the what looked like a pretty accurate score, but then I searched for like Coinbase and Nike and another one called TTD, and it just you know, the circle spun like it was thinking, but nothing showed up. So there must be some kind of issue to why it's not loading like that. Oh, it is. It's showing TTD is neutral 50, so I'm guessing, oh yeah, unable to determine sentiment from available data. So it just took a long time and it's not able to even find it. So let me try Coinbase again. There's got to be some problem that it's taking so long and it's not finding these, but it's only like, maybe I'm guessing it might be something with the APIs free tier that it doesn't. Some APIs, they don't give you anything past like the top like 30 most popular stocks. Yeah, Grok is not looking up the news, but Grok is like analyzing the news from all the different sources and then kind of like creating a score. So Grok is not like a source of information, it's just kind of like how it's calculating the source from what I understand. And that even has me wondering, like, couldn't I just like have it programmed to like do its own math to make the score? But I don't know. That's something for when I get into how to program it so that it like automatically fine tunes itself over time to essentially like get more accurate scores. And I have a good idea how to do that too. But I think that's going to be like that's going to take some time, and yeah, just getting tired and hungry. Want to get this done, and then I can do that later. So the market API and searching for Coinbase are timing out. The issue is the 30-second and 45-second timeout limits with 4 sources plus Grok. Oh, I bet. I think what it's saying is there's so many sources, that's why it's taking longer. Because I just like added some sources. It's taking too long. Let's check what's slow. Found it. FinHub, new sentiment returns. 403 forbidden, the endpoint. Likely requires a paid FinHub plan. Yeah, FinHub I always have the most problems with. And they always try to recommend it to me. And I should have been like, hey, not today, no more FinHub. but now I know. So company news works free, but news sentiment is paid only. FinHub's pre-scored sentiments behind a paywall. And I think they heavily used FinHub for Grok is fast, but it's not following the JSON only instruction well. With that simple test, the real prompts work better. The timeout issue is likely from FinHub returning 403. So FinHub has it so like company news headlines are on the free tier, but news sentiment headlines are not. Got to pay for that. And yeah, that was so crazy too. Like I did all the like maybe like up until maybe like 3 or 4 builds ago, they were all stock market stuff, and then I started doing crypto stuff, and like you see how all these stock markets are like you got to go get an API, and they're like have all these like really tight regulations based on what's free and what's paid. And then I'm like, oh, what are these crypto APIs? And they're like, actually, you don't even need APIs for crypto. They just give you everything for free, and then you can like wire right into an exchange. And just like, dude, that is the future. That is crypto realizing, like, dude, why are stock markets like charging people for this information? Like, all this stuff should be free. I remember, like, man, it was only like 5 years ago that stock markets stopped charging people to make trades, even. And I was like, man, like hearing about traders that are like older than me talking about how they had to like call their brokers to make trades and stuff. I'm like, that would be nuts. Like, yeah, sometimes it was just busy and you couldn't even get through to them. I'm just like, dude, I'm so glad I started investing, like, post all that stuff. Okay, it's not working. It's telling me it's giving me real scores. Here's what it fixed. FinHub news sentiment was returning 403. Removed it. Now FinHub only uses the free company news endpoint, which Grok analyzes. Grok calls were running sequentially, causing timeouts. Now the spam filter plus all 3 sentiment analysis run in parallel via promise.allsettled. For market overview, each category combines all text into a single Grok call. 2 Grok calls per category instead of 4. Increased timeouts. 30 to 60 seconds, market 45 to 90 seconds. The first load takes 22 seconds, but after that it's cached for 2 hours. There we go. This should work, I think. But yeah, like it'd be nice if we could have figured all that out before I like did the build, but even AI has got a long way to go, and I can tell it's going to only get better. And I believe this is awesome that I've done this whole build and I haven't even had to compact the conversation. Like I haven't even got to 100% context for in the terminal for this whole build. I just hit 100% context in the Claude Code plan mode for like everything it's done, but yeah, the main thing is the terminal, at least for the build, and the build's over, so that's awesome. Yeah, time to try it again. Trend is your friend until the end. Oh, it's working already. Oh, so there's the Coinbase. It says like the source, and wow. Yeah, Coinbase pretty mixed, depending on where you look. Let's see. Going back to just the site. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So yeah, I don't like how long this takes to load. I'm hoping there's some way to like get around that, because it said it cached it, but yeah, that takes too long. So yeah, I think it's working now, but it's just like it's taking too long. And I think there's probably, I'm gonna try and troubleshoot this that it's taking too long. See what I can do. First load takes 22 seconds. Okay, that's definitely more than 22 seconds for that. I'm gonna just like, it's still saying 50 and 50 for stocks and gold. Okay, but it showed me here that it's showing different scores. Weird. All right, so you're telling me that now it's working, and then you're getting a stock score of 42 and a gold score of 64, but I'm still seeing the stocks and gold at 50. So I'm guessing that's not working. I did a ticker search, and it showed up with Coinbase where it didn't before. I tried Nike, and it loaded for like maybe 20 or 30 seconds, and then I just like gave up because it was taking too long to load. Essentially, yeah, there seems to be some kind of problem with it, and it's like loading for a long time. So go ahead and see what you can find. It's got to unravel the problem. So close to being done. Back to the code. The old cached results with score 50 are still being served. The cache is in memory and lasts 2 hours. Your dev server hasn't been restarted. Yes, it was. Let me also fix the speed issue. Dev server still serving the old score results before the fix. Too many grok calls per request. Add a cache busting endpoint and drastically cut the grok calls to speed things up. For ticker searches, they'll combine all source text into one grok call instead of 3 separate calls. Same as the market overview already does. Here we go. So, hopefully this time it can find the answers. But yeah, this is like I don't even care that I'm hitting these problems because this is kind of like my favorite part um of like the build is the vibing part. Even though like I can tell like basically from what I understand, like everything people are talking about, oh, everything's shifting to agentic coding and people aren't actually vibe coding anymore. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm doing like a hybrid combination. And even if it was like full agentic, like I still feel like vibe coding is like the key to like making things like more like your vision. And if someone does something from what I've seen, the like full agentic builds, everything looks kind of generic, like the same. And I don't see any other way to like really like get something that's like unique to your vision without vibing it. And I like the vibing part of it. So yeah, no matter how much I still like agentize everything, and I'm still gonna be like working on the vibe code stuff and still doing vibe coding to some extent, hopefully. Lock file issue. Yeah, I swear I restarted the dev server, but it's saying that's from the very first dev server attempt from much earlier, long since replaced. Yeah, so at least now it knows Apple's working. Score is 72 now. Oh, because I changed the sources. Okay. Completed much faster with single source grok call optimization. Awesome. Yeah, I thought this was going to be super easy. I thought this was going to be super like straightforward what it was going to do until I started building it, and then I started having these awesome ideas to make it better. And that's how these builds go. Like, you never know. Just got to go with the flow, because what I found is it seems like every time on a build and I get to the end and I'm like, I just got to do this one last thing and it's done. That's where I get the biggest problems. So like now I know just got to come in with an open mind every build, and just enjoy the process. It's all about the process. Like I really enjoy business. Like um to me it's more about like the journey than actually getting there. I'm really like an explorer type person. Like I just like going places in the world I've never been and just exploring around. Um like you could probably drop me off in like the middle of like some mountains or something. As long as it's not the desert. The desert's harder to navigate. But drop me off in the middle of some mountains and I will survive and find my way out. All data sources are returning data for. Okay. Problem is in the. Oh, they still found a problem. Found the issue. The fallback summary at line 7 matches what stocks and gold return. The grok calls for those categories either fail to return unparsable JSON with 3 categories running in parallel. Likely a grok rate limiting issue. So there's a bunch of things it's got to fix. Like I said, it was working, but then like it didn't, and there it is. Keep saying I found it, but then I find something else. Grok TPM tokens per minute rate limit 6,000 tokens per minute on the free tier with 3 categories running in parallel. Crypto calls use up the token budget, and stocks and gold got 429 errors. Fixes twofold. Reduce input text. It's too aggressive for a 6,000 TPM limit. Oh, they did it to 8,000 and 6,000. Stagger the grok calls, run categories sequentially, or add retry with back off. Let me fix this properly. Also stagger the market overview categories so they don't hit the grok simultaneously. Build is clean. Restart the dev server. It's going to do it automatically this time, so I can't say I didn't do it. Yeah. Here we go. It's got a different dev server. Sounds like there was some issue where they like had the wrong dev server address and that was part of it. Okay. That's money. It's weird. So yeah, now it's working for stocks, gold, and crypto. It's giving me stocks and gold the same score. That's kind of strange. I'm gonna ask it about that. But now I'm gonna look up like Nike. That was quick, awesome, bullish. Yes, that's what I feel like Nike should be. FinHub News API and StockTwits all coming back with the same score though. Okay, I'm just gonna ask it about this. All right, so now I'm getting what looks like it works, but I guess the better way to say it is, um, I'm not sure it's working right because essentially, like, I'm getting the same score of 42 for gold and crypto. So I find that kind of strange that gold and crypto have the same sentiment score. And also, I'm getting, when I looked up Nike, when I looked up Nike for a ticker search, it's showing me the same sentiment score of 72 for each of the three sources. So I'm wondering if there's something wrong with that. I find it could be possible, but it's hard for me to believe um that stocks and crypto have the same sentiment score and also Nike is getting the exact same sentiment score from each source. Yeah, making progress though. Feel like definitely like feel like I got past the biggest hurdles. Now it's like probably something super easy. Main thing is like the API key wasn't working before. Now it's working and it's not loading slow. And it's showing like that it's like getting some kind of information from gold and crypto. Let's see. I'm right on both counts. The identical per source scores are by design in the current code. When it optimized for speed, it combined all the source text into a single grok call and then assigned that one score to every source. So FinHub News API and StockTwits always show the same number, which defeats the purpose of the source breakdown. Yes, it does. Fix, modify the prompt to label text by source and ask Grok to return per source scores in a single call. Same one API call, but differentiated results. Awesome. So yeah, usually when it fixes one thing, it might like break another thing, but just got to keep going back and check. And this is interesting. Like I'm wondering if I did do like something like anti-gravity that would like go back and like, test it for me. Would it like be smart enough to pick up stuff like that? Um because I was gonna not know that like, those scores should be different. I'm wondering like how much like, like you could like automate this down to every level, but I feel like a human still needs to be in the loop for like, the biggest like things to catch. Okay. So it's coming back, showing me different scores. Fix is working. Restart the dev server. Okay, so back to the comments. Isn't this trading with your emotions though? Uh, so I guess you could say in a way. Um, but it's basically trading like kind of it's looking at as many sources of people's emotions as possible, I guess. And it's not all emotion, like I think it's partly emotion because you can tell that like different sources have like different scores and like some of them are bullish, some of them are bearish. But I think this is more like not just trading, but more I think this is more for like investors who are looking to like buy and hold for a long time than trading. Because traders probably wouldn't even be like looking at this stuff. They'd be like just knowing because they'd be like trading the same thing for so long. Um, and especially like the lower time frames, like if you're a day trader, this stuff matters even less. So this is more for like longer buy and hold, but all this stuff is more just like it gives you like more like likelihood or probabilities of what's gonna happen. So like especially if you're a beginner, like and you just like combine all these different tools and you check one tool, check another tool, it's just gonna give you like a better kind of overall view of like what people think. And hopefully that should like help you make more educated guesses because all this there's no rules to this, like no one knows what's going to happen really tomorrow, except for the person who maybe owns like the majority of some stock and they're planning on like buying or selling tomorrow. And if they're like able to like move the markets that they're that big of a whale. I think the media tries to make it sound a lot more like they know why everything happens the way it does when I think they're just even guessing a lot. So yeah, this is in some ways you're right, and in some ways I think this is all still really helpful. And oh, let's see, let me see what the new, back to 3000. I go back. Oh, it's in the browser still. Awesome. I really hope it works this time. It might be something with the local server. No, that makes sense. That looks way more accurate. Gold is at 50, so something must be wrong with gold. Try Apple. Yep, no source data was available. Um, Nike again. So I keep fixing one thing and it breaks another. Yeah, I do have to be very specific in the intent to help define the test. And this is it's like Nike's getting correct information, but Apple wasn't. That's strange. Try Apple again. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. What was the other one? Gold. Maybe I should be, yeah, I should be doing this one at a time. I'm gonna try just telling it like one problem at a time. So on the main page, gold is still showing up as 50. So I'm thinking maybe it's possible that it's not doing an analysis for gold. I think that's important to just do like one problem at a time, because maybe that's why when it's doing a whole, like I'm having it do a couple problems at the same time, I think that might be why it's breaking other things while it's doing the fix. And then I'll go into why is it not working for Apple. All three sources return data for gold, so the issue is likely grok rate limiting again. But then why would multi-source prompt is larger and needs more tokens? Same pattern. Stocks first category gets a real score, but gold and crypto fall back to 50. No, crypto was working this time. Yep, this one's not as easy as I thought, but learned a lot and seeing a ton of potential for this app and a ton of learning potential too. My stomach's telling me I gotta eat something. I'm so close. Respect comments. They're seeing the same thing that I do. It's better to do small single item changes and do plan and execute in 2 steps or more if you add review test document sub agents. Oh, so like sub agents that review test and document. Okay. Yep, it's a learning process, but this is awesome. If only I didn't need sleep, man. I'd be like doing like 48-hour sessions. Like, where did the time go? Yeah, definitely. Definitely always trying to like increase my level of focus and endurance. And like when I'm on point, like right now, like my focus is still good. My endurance is still good. I just need food. And I know if I like don't go to sleep soon, I'm gonna like regret it tomorrow. But man, like I know all the 8 hour snowboarding sessions and like 8 hour mountain biking sessions have like put me on a different level for ability to stay focused and have endurance for a long time. And gotta keep doing that stuff. Some of the best ideas out there. Oh, at Apple or something. And then I can cook up this salmon and this broccoli. It'll take like 15 minutes. I'll be eating before I know it. Taking notes so I remember to just fix one thing at a time. Oh, duh, I got it in the browser. I'm starting to wonder if Claude froze up on me. I'm gonna throw this pair away. I'll be right back. Awesome, it wasn't frozen. Yeah, it seems to be having some like weird issues with the local server that I've never seen it have before. All right, changes are saved and the build compiles. Market overview will take 50 to 60 seconds on first load, but it gets cached for 2 hours after that. Individual ticker searches still use the full multi-source scoring with differentiated per source scores. To restart the dev server on port 3003. Pick up the changes. First load will take about a minute. All right, let's see. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with restarting the dev server on the terminal and then having these changes in the other window. Because like one of us telling me it should be at 3000, another one 3003, but yeah, we'll see. Um, okay, so you're telling me that the local server is now 3003, and I'm doing the terminal npm run dev to restart the dev server, and it's telling me that it's running at 3000. So I'm just wondering, is there some kind of problem with like, you recognizing a different dev server than what the terminal is saying when I did npm run dev to uh, restart it? Okay, getting three different scores. It is working. Um, so I guess yeah, they said it just took like it was supposed to take a minute to load the first time, which still I think is too long. I'm guessing later I can find a way around that, but it works. So I feel like let me search Nike again. See that it like made the right changes. That was quick, awesome. Yeah, it said it made it so it's not showing three different sources anymore, I thought, but maybe not. Um Now when I go back it should not take so long to load because it said it cached it. Yeah. All right. And then let me see if I got no problem at all. Your dev server is on port 3000, which is the default. Port 3003 reference was from earlier in the session. No, you just told me that. Your server at 3000 is the correct one. The code changes are saved to the files. Let's go to 3000 this time, but it's working at 3003. What is going on? Yeah, it's not even pulling up for 3000. That's so weird. But then I tried 3003 and it works right away. Okay, so the main part, it works. I'm going to push and commit to GitHub. Push and commit to GitHub. Yeah, definitely still more work to do on this thing to make it like better how I want, but it does, solves the problems, does the right function. I think it's a decent MVP to get for like beginners, just to get an overall look at the markets. And looks like some of the stocks still not coming back for information, so I got to fix that. And then I want to implement the thing to like make it so it like automatically gets better over time. And it sounds like that's going to be more with the Google AI Studio. Yeah, there's a few different like methods I'm thinking of to try and do that. But yeah, this is gonna be all like soon come. Only like 5 more days till the 30 apps are done. And it's gonna be interesting to see what I do next for phase 2. Right now I know what I gotta do, and that's Vercel. So I can get some food in my stomach. Add new project, set up analytics, got market mood just now. But yeah, environment variables. Got to make sure I turn off or turn it back to browser. Yeah, so you can see it's showing 3 different scores now for and that makes more sense. Stocks and gold are kind of like they both just kind of crashed. At least like, or I mean, crypto and gold. I was thinking stocks and gold. Yeah, they both, stocks probably like worse off than gold. That makes more sense, but very similar. And crypto's got a little bit better because crypto's already taken that crash. Maybe it crashes more, but it's taken way more of a crash than stocks. And I think than gold has. Gold I follow the least. So I'm not trying to sit there with like gold bars in my house. And crypto is way more fun to me than following gold. But anyways, yeah, I gotta put in those API keys. And now there's only 3. Awesome. Deploying to Vercel. Congratulations. See if it works on the internet. I do not like how it takes a minute to load, even if it caches. Like, it shouldn't do that. But I could probably figure it out later. I just sent this to Vercel and set up analytics, and they gave me a code that I'm about to paste here. So I want you to create a prompt that I can have the terminal essentially like make sure everything's good with the analytics and that it's good with Vercel. Let's see. Yeah, loaded on the internet. It's showing the same thing that it shows on the local. So it's a go. This one is done. As soon as I get this, what's it called? First cover up these. Maybe local keys. Tired in a hurry. Almost showed the local or the key, the API keys. That's a long prompt just for the analytics, and I usually have. Guess that's good though. All right, so just implementing the analytics. This build was something else. Getting way better at fixing stuff, learning way more. This project I will probably remember over any other project because just the complexity of it was really unexpected, and also the potential of it was really unexpected. How much more potential I see in something like this, and feel like I could make the most accurate sentiment analysis indicator on the market from what I understand about vibe coding now. Like running through so many different sources of sentiment now, building this project and seeing all what's out there and understanding how so much of it can even be manipulated by bots and stuff. Like, but knowing that, I can just like program that into the like AI to how it analyzes it, and I really feel like this could like self-correct itself and over time become the best sentiment. That's what I want to do, is make everything the best of everything I have and put it on this main hub, and then give a lot of it away for free, and just show people what's possible. Show people that I got the best stuff for the market I'm targeting, and then get people on there, market as much as I can, add the pay tiers, build out the business so the business runs itself, put it on the cloud. So much I can do. Just got to make sure that I'm eating healthy food and getting sleep, moving my feet, I want to get some music up so I can like have some good beats in the background while I'm thinking and stuff. Although sometimes I feel like I work better with no noise. I think it'll be good for the stream. I don't even have to like hear it. It can just be running in the background. But yeah, came so far today, got so far to go, but now I know. All right. So just say the word. They didn't say what word to say. It's like I'm ready. But I thought that it did just push. No, so apparently it's good to, after you set up analytics, it sounds like you want to push again. But I thought that that was like automatic. Pushed. Vercel should now detect the analytics integration on the next deployment. You can enable the analytics tab. Already did. This is awesome. Man, even though I just, what is this, 5.5 hours? 5.5 hours felt like maybe like 2.5 hours to me. But everything I got done, man, I'm surprised, impressed, learned a lot. Long ways to go, but now I know. So, every day is another thing. Love and joy is all I try to bring. So sometimes I try to rhyme like it's a musical thing, but either way, I gotta stay in the right lane, and that's vibe coding and showing what I know, showing what I can do, showing what I'm trying to get into, showing what I can learn. So this is what it is right now, and then in the future I'll start the earn process. So until then, feel like you are all my friends and you're all coming through with valuable information from me, and that's what I'm trying to see. So joy and love and abundance is the order of the day. And until the next time, that's all I got to say.